All right, this is session 99. It's been a hot minute since the last session, but I did send a summary around. Dustin wasn't here for it. Does anybody want to take a shot at summarizing it? Or should I just read my notes?
This was the fight in the that cave area, right, with the priest people, and then we tried to grab the staff that was floating in the air.
Right.
Yeah.
And I know I did heat metal on that one dude who got knocked down into the chasm.
Right.
Which was awesome, by the way.
Who was hurled in there by the I don't know that I don't know that you've ever used that repulsive breath weapon before.
Nope. Well, I haven't been this type of I just swapped to this Dragonborn type, whenever
Right.
Fitmans came out, so
I just remembered the rest of the fight. Clave.
you putting a spike helmet on this
Like a
fucker, he couldn't
spike
see.
helmet on the guy's head. And he couldn't see shit. And he tried to dispel it, but it wouldn't dispel.
Right.
And the whole fight trying to like big badass.
That's right. He had the helmet on, and then he couldn't do anything.
Oh, he tried to do stuff. It's just he was way less effective than he would have been.
Turns out, when you blind somebody, they can't do shit. Just ask that fucking Demi-Lich.
Yeah. and then to top it all up, he gets thrown in a wall.
Right, and he didn't know what the fuck what the fuck was going on because he was blinded. He just got hurled through the air and then didn't land for like 60 seconds.
I like to imagine he went down like Homer going down the cavern.
Yeah, I mean it was but it was worse for him than that because he was burning the whole way down too because
That's true. Sure.
It sounds like he had a bad time.
Yeah.
Chances are he was eaten while he was down there by the dragon that was awoken by his arrival.
Uh,
Was he
I mean, he
screaming
was-
on the way down? Like, what was like?
he would have at least at first not so much because like he didn't know what the fuck was happening to him. He was just like floating.
He was weightless. Like a weird moment, like, wait, what the fuck? I'm falling.
Yeah, it would have taken him a couple seconds to realize that he was falling into the chasm.
Yeah, I was blown backwards. I should hit the ground by now. Oh shit. That was probably what more was like, oh fuck.
And then his and I mean eaten by the dragon, he was pretty much paced on the ground after he hit the bottom. Because he did fall for 40 seconds or so before he got there. But then that stirred a dragon at the bottom who then crawled his way up and saw you stealing the black crystal staff that you plucked out of the air and are now dragging on a rope. And suddenly T-Hole wanders in. I feel like T-Hole wanders in with like a sandwich and then he got somewhere.
Guys, they got cannolis.
Did I miss something?
So you guys are and because Dustin wasn't here, so it was basically figured out that the tapestry that had a picture of what looked like hell or the plane of fire wasn't so much a portal, it was really just an illusion that was covering up a giant hole in the wall that led into this secondary room that had a bunch of ossuaries built into the wall and a giant chasm in the floor. There was a black crystal staff hovering in the air about 50 feet up, and almost like a red laser beam shooting down from a gaping hole in the ceiling at the staff, enveloping the staff, and then shooting on further down into the bottom of this chasm. Clave also read the mind of this Goliath who wound up getting blinded and abused horribly. But briefly, and saw that there was some he was basically focused both on some ritual involving the staff and then something about the patron dragon of Zarius, and another sort of legendary ancient dragon called Fafnir. But he didn't get much further than that on his reading the mind of this Goliath before the spell broke. So not really sure of the details of what was going on. Then a fight broke out pretty quickly with these other priests and a bunch of undead skeletons that they eventually managed to dispatch. But the guy who was really supposed to be the challenge spent almost all the fight blinded.
Yeah. And then he managed to get the helmet off, only for Clave to put another one on.
Right. Then when his body splattered at the bottom, they basically woke up this dragon that crawled his way up and is now chasing after them because they've stolen this black crystal staff.
Mhm.
The red light is still coming down from the ceiling, but it is no longer continuing into the chasm below. It is just dissipating in the air.
Okay. Another detail. One of the priests escaped as well. Clave had tried to keep him locked up in a cage, but he broke out and
Yes.
escaped.
Somewhere.
Or a stone box or something you put around and you kept whacking at it, trying to get out.
Right.
Yeah.
Eventually he did.
So you probably have like 2 rounds before the dragon is chasing you in earnest. I guess I don't. I think I moved T-hole into the GM layer. Hold on. There you go.
So how beat up is everyone? Does everyone look like they're hurting like pretty badly?
So Zarius healed Clave up to full, but Clave has 2 levels of exhaustion.
And just to remind you, the room, so the ossuary had this giant gaping hole in the ceiling. Most of the ceiling in there was about 100 feet high. You're now, however, in this audience hall again. The ceilings are also about 80-ish feet high. So very high ceilings. To your left, there is a giant double doorway, assuming you're at least pointing in the direction I think you are. At the far end from where you entered the room, there was a giant double doorway with these dragon-sized doors. The original priest or mage that you met who was wandering out of the ossuary, who you convinced you were the chosen of Vecna, he went off to announce that these important people had come. He went through those giant double doors where you saw one of those
Right.
demonic skeletons essentially pushing and pulling the door open. Across from you at the technically it's the eastern end of the wall, but it looks, I'll just go with south because the map is not oriented north-south. But the door at the south of you on the current map is basically human-sized. You don't think something as large as a dragon could squeeze through it without breaking through the surrounding wall. And it leads into priestly quarters for the people who used to attend the dragon. And then off to your west is where you came in. That's where you fought the zombified Hydra,
Right.
who might have come back by now because he was actually just frightened off when he was turned. So there may
If he
be
cares.
a beaten, right. He may not be smart enough to know to come back. But there may be, a somewhat damaged zombified Hydra there with a grudge against Clave, who got away.
Yeah.
Clave is the one who got away.
Um,
So
Um,
T-Hole just wandered off.
Apparently he found a sandwich.
Right. We didn't really say what happened to T-Hole. So maybe you were there. There were like 3 extra skeleton guards that you spent the whole fight beating up.
Okay. Man, those skeleton guards pack a wallop.
You look fine, but we need to leave. Or deal with a dragon.
Oh,
Perhaps through that door.
can I potentially use an action point to activate my arcane recovery outside of a short rest?
Yeah, I would allow that.
That gives me 7 spell levels.
is this your, is the dragon coming? Is this your patron?
I don't think so.
Are you sure?
I don't think so. But we do not have a lot of time.
You're
Yeah,
not
you
trying
can
to
hear
summon-
you can hear the dragon basically climbing its way up from the chasm. And it
Oh.
is already announced that it is going to kill you for taking its staff or rod or whatever it is. It's not technically a staff.
Which one of us is actually tethered to the staff that is holding the rope that we're dragging it with?
I don't remember that one.
Yeah, it took more than one of you to drag it down, but once you got it out of the beam of light, it moves much more easily. It basically is just hovering in the air. It seems like it's got a fair bit of inertia in that if you stop pulling on it, it stops moving, but it's almost weightless to pull it at this point.
I also remember Clave attempted to pick it up and bad things happened.
Right, that's true. Also, Kepri tried to touch it and got poisoned by it. Kepri is still, in fact, poisoned.
Right.
All right. Well, Clave is going to limp over to the door as quickly as he can. And that's a round of movement.
I mean, we could dash, right?
Yeah, with the dash. I have 2 levels of exhaustion. My speed
Oh.
is halved.
Well, I can make it to the door.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Everybody
don't-
just has to be faster than Clave.
Yeah, that's right. Everybody knows that.
So who is dragging the staff?
I'll be dragging it.
Rock, paper,
Because
scissors
he
for
did. Clave was did attempt to touch it, so I figure it probably was in his reach. Clave will shout, "Is it open? Is it open?"
Is who else is coming?
That's true. It didn't occur to me that this might start with everybody go in different directions. The dragon can't follow all of us.
That's right. He all could be related, so
And it might hate him.
T-Hole's gonna come along. He's looking very suspiciously. Is it Clave that's holding the staff?
Well, Clave is holding the rope that's tied to the staff.
Right. Actually, and I forgot the session prior, T-Hole got the poison amulet that that the Hydra had, T-Hole now has. But T-Hole also got into a bit of a tiff with Kepri, thinking that not trusting Kepri for whatever reason.
Yeah, T-Hole's looking at Clave very suspiciously. He follows, but he's looking at you holding the staff, or at least tethered to it.
Yeah, he's not noticing that right now. He's wondering, is the door unlocked? And why have you not opened it yet?
Yeah, I will have gone to the door and just go to walk in like I own the place.
The door does not immediately open. It is locked.
And you have,
Uh,
I did cast Death Ward on me and Zarius, so that's still up.
So Clave will amble over as quickly as he can and use a 3rd level spell slot, giving him a little bit of a pang that he's having to waste a higher level spell slot on this. And he casts Knock.
So you hear this loud knocking sound as the spell is cast. And you hear a thud on the other side of the door. And it begins to creak open.
That's not ominous at all.
The bar was removed.
Yeah, it's not exactly a bar, but there's a big thick lock on the far side of it.
Oh. All right, well, Clave will begin walking in if nobody else is opening the door.
Oh yeah, no, I'm right there anyway, so I just start opening it once it seems apparent that it's unlocked.
T-Hole will follow. He's going to T-Hole's going to activate his astral arms and visage. In preparation for fisticuffs.
Okay, maybe down there. So this is where I had to move to a different map to keep this thing at a proper size. So you find yourself in about a 15-foot hallway on the far side of this door. In front of you, you see there's a bedroom. It appears to be a bedroom, at least. There's a small bed in the corner, a series of tables and chairs, and a little bit of a privacy curtain between what appears to be the bed and a door on the far side. There's a much smaller door on the far wall immediately opposite you as you come in.
Wait. What is, I'm sorry, what does the room look like?
So the room is, about 40, 50 feet wide by 30 feet long. It's set up like a bedroom. It's pretty sparsely appointed. However, there's just what you could see so far in here is a bed, some tables and chairs around the bed, and a privacy screen between the bed and a set of double doors on the eastern wall. And then on the southern wall, there is a smaller door on the far side of the privacy screen that leads out, a single door.
How big are the beds?
The bed,
All in
the
one
bed,
bed,
it's,
or-
yeah, it's a double bed,
Okay.
not especially big.
Not dragon size.
Right.
Yeah, I just get in and sort of motion for everybody to come in,
Yeah.
so I can close the door.
Yeah.
We can see
I
everything.
can see the whole map.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's a mistake.
I figured. not focusing on anything. I was just trying to find me.
Yeah,
I went off the tab.
Good thing I have the memory of a fox.
What does the fox say?
How's that? You should only be able to see one room now.
Yes, that is good.
I will just use old fashioned fog of war for this. Cause I didn't realize I had set it up otherwise.
Got some people hiding around a corner here.
Yeah, you probably can't really see them from where you are, but there are two figures standing in the corners of this room.
Yeah. Well, Clave
Marilyn
would-
Manson.
would
Right, I mean,
still,
I would say, maybe not Clave, but the rest of you are, since you're fleeing a dragon, sufficiently alert that I wasn't going to spring surprise on you for this. But as you sort of step forward, you are aware of two humanoid figures standing in either corner.
Figured it was. I didn't think it was gonna be like food truck day or something would be showing up.
so
Motion for people to get in before I.
Do your
Clave would
thing.
have gone here and been like,
Right.
what the what?
And Clave would have never seen these things before, but the rest of you might remember them
Oh, God.
as they are eyeless, noseless humanoids with eyes embedded in their hands. And when Clave rounds the corner, they seem to straighten up and turn to face you, not really having been aware you were there before. And we can roll for initiative.
Nice.
Cool.
Clave would say, what in the Pan Sophia Arcanum is this?
T-Hole would run forward as well, following Clave, and then see these creatures, and I got be like, Paradana. We ran into these creatures in the manor. They have eyes in their hands. I as a player don't remember like what
happened, what they did.
what they
It's their
did,
deal.
but I'm sure
Uh,
Team probably does.
Right. So they did have a certain kind of gaze attack where they tried to drain the life out of you with this death stare from their hands. Otherwise, they mostly just seem to attack either by attaching their hands to you or just clawing at you. But let me share the screen.
So T-Hole would say, don't look at their hands.
Oh,
Actually, I just realized this should be.
Ah,
The map is indecent.
So they will go first. Actually, really only T-Hole and Clave have to make me Constitution saves, unless you want to avert your gaze from them, because they are now looking at you with the eyeballs in their hands.
does T-Hole get that information out to before they raise their hands at us?
Actually, I would say that even as they raise their hands and their eyes begin to fixate on you, you become aware that there's something emanating from them that's trying to drain the life from you.
Okay. I will be averting my gaze.
What about T-hole?
T-hole was going to roll the dice.
Does you going with that? Or you want to use an action
He's not
point?
hurt. He'll be fine.
I mean, he still had, I don't know if we got a chance to rest. I didn't have max hit points.
We did not have a chance to rest.
So yeah. I will use an action point. You know, it is the start of the session.
Tradition dictates.
So I will stick with the 14.
Okay, so you feel the life being drained from you. Let's see. And automate this. And you take 39 necrotic damage.
See, no big deal. You resistant to that by chance?
Oh,
But that's their turn as they had to activate that ability. So it's Clave's turn. But you're not looking at them.
Okay. Clave is going to risk looking at this one in order to cast a spell on it. So I'm going, before I know if I need to do anything, I'm going to be casting Silent Image to create an illusion of manacles that completely cover the hands, and then try to use my bonus action to make it real.
Okay, against which one?
This one.
Okay, I'm just disappointed that you chose incorrectly. Roll me a Constitution save because you looked at it.
Yeah.
If you've done it to the further one, actually, he's slightly out of range to do this to you, but it's what it is.
Right. All right. So. Okay. Maybe that's good enough.
Yes, that is good enough. So you take half damage,
Yeah.
Oof.
so 20 damage.
Would have been half my hit points. Do I get my spell off?
You do get your spell off.
Okay. I think last time we had ruled to do that, it would get like a dexterity save
Right.
against my spell DC, which is 18.
So you realize that these things are actually very quick. They're not at all like zombies. And as this thing begins to form around it, you could see it immediately sort of hunkers down and then shoots forward a bit to avoid its hands being covered.
Okay.
So anything else you're doing?
No, I'm not yet ready to use my action point.
So Aurelia, you realize that there's something going on because this spell just got cast, and you can see there is the look of something being wrong on T-Hole and Clave's face.
Okay, I will.
You also probably saw Clave avert his gaze.
Okay, so I'm going to. Look in the direction of where. Stay there, I'm gonna look in the direction of where, Clave is looking and cast Dissonant Whispers. And he's gotta make, ooh, look at that, 4 psychic if he failed. DC 18 wisdom save.
Just checking to see if you have to look at the creature for that. But it
No,
didn't
I
say
just
see.
have
Creature
to-
that can, within range, I can hear it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
So he made a save.
2
he doesn't-
damage.
He doesn't move.
Okay, I'm gonna try it.
Anything else?
I've got my. Sorry, I take out my, I've got my Lich Skull bent copper scepter out, ready in case, there's an opportunity attack.
Mhm.
And I'm gonna move, like right, oh, no, I didn't. I'm gonna move like right here, the corner.
Okay. T-hole.
Teal is gonna throw himself at this one. And he's gonna attack with his astral arms.
That's a hit.
Hit. Is the poison damage on poison damage is automatically applied. Nice. And then I think he gets. Sorry, it's been a minute. I think he gets 2 extra attacks, yeah. For his bonus action.
So all of those attacks hit. You pretty much can tell these things are undead, and the poison doesn't seem to be affecting them.
Okay. And since seeing that knowing that these things were undead, he would be using radiant. He'd be choosing the radiant damage.
So it doesn't seem as though the radiant does the amount of damage you would have expected. It doesn't seem as though they're vulnerable to it, but it definitely rips into this thing.
All right. And that'll be and I guess he will back out around the corner.
Okay.
And that'll be my turn.
Zarius.
Much in the way of useful spells here. Let's see, double check. Yeah, has to see. Okay. Yeah, so I guess if you're averting your gaze, does that technically mean like you can't see them or
Right, you can't see them. You can tell where they are, so you could try to still attack them, but you'd have disadvantage on like melee attacks.
something like Sacred Flame?
I mean, I would allow Sacred Flame to work, so you could use that if you wanted to.
All right. Well, okay, so first, did I get the doors closed here?
Yeah, the doors were easy enough to close.
Okay. I'll step forward then, just a tad. Which one of these can I see? Or,
Neither of them. If
Nah,
you're
I
averting
can't
your
see
gaze.
them because I'm averting my gaze, but
I mean, you're roughly equidistant from both of them where you are.
yeah, I mean, I just want to, make sure I'm at least line of sight, even if I'm not looking at them for the sacred flame.
Right. You probably have to sort of like from that square, lean forward a little bit to be line of sight. But I would let you do that. Sacred Flame is good about not worrying about cover.
Yeah.
Against which one?
Oh, the one over here.
So he failed.
Nice. Take that damage.
And you could see, although T-Hole's punches did beat him up quite a bit, the Sacred Flame damage is what tears a gash in his skin for the first time. So he is bloodied with that.
Sweet. I got nothing else.
Okay. So they are moving forward. One right up to there. At this point, Aurelia, are you going to avert your gaze?
Yeah,
Okay. So anybody who's averting their gaze does not have to make another con save.
Kepri would have been told and everything for sure.
Yeah, I assume Kepri would know to avert her gaze since she's not like usually engaging them in combat anyway. This one though, I have to see. And I assume she's invisible, so
D-hole's gonna invert his gaze this time.
Clave as well.
all right. So this injured one is going to attack T-Hole. First. I assume that misses. And then it
Yep.
claws.
And
And I
also,
assume that. And then the other one's going to attack Clave.
Hit.
So make me a con save. So you could feel your muscles begin to tighten up as this thing lays a hand on you. And begins to drag the life force from your body. But you're able to fight that off, so you're not paralyzed. You do take the damage though. And then with its other hand, it just claws at you.
Okay.
And it's your turn. Right now, by the way, just so you're aware, it still has one hand gripped on you. Its other hand is free though, and it's looking at you with that hand.
All right. I'm going to use a 4th level spell slot to cast invisibility on myself, as well as Aurelia and Zarius, since I can cast it on 2 additional people at that level,
Mhm.
and I'm not going to waste that. And then, once I'm invisible, I will attempt to move away and hope that the guy doesn't see me to attack.
So you're not grappled, so you can move away,
Okay.
and it doesn't take an attack of opportunity. So it also doesn't seem to follow you with its hand. It is just pointing its hand forward at this point at where you were.
Okay. That's my turn.
Aurelia, you are now invisible. And you would know if you attack or
Yeah,
cast a spell while invisible, it will dispel it.
I will not be invisible. Okay. Let's see here. All right. Shoot. Okay, I'm gonna use the dash action. And I'm gonna run over to the bed.
Okay.
I'm assuming it has sheets and, like, probably a cover that nobody washes. So the comforter that nobody washes. Or is it a bear? It's just a mattress or a straw, or what is it?
You're not sure what the construction, there is a mattress on it. You're not sure what the construction of it is. There are sheets, not exactly a comforter, but there is a large blanket that covers the bed.
Okay.
There is also a thick layer of dust on it, as no one has been sleeping in that bed for a long time.
Okay. I shall prepare to grab the blanket.
You could successfully grab the blanket this turn if you like.
Yes, okay. I didn't know, I mean, I don't know if that was my
Yeah,
action.
one object interaction.
Okay, yes,
grab a blanket.
I grabbed the blanket.
Give me an athletics check to see if you successfully grab it. No.
Oh, God. Oh, boy. Here we go.
No, I was only
Critically.
kidding.
I
Yes.
critically grabbed blanket. Yeah, I know. Well,
You definitely have the blanket.
hell yeah.
You know what? And hell, since you rolled a critical hit, if you want to try to do something with the blanket, feel free.
No, I really can't. I have to run back over there.
Okay.
Maybe this is one of those blankets with the weighted edges, and that you could just kind of toss it like a pizza, and then it'll like cover the guy.
Yeah, I mean, I would be perfectly happy to let you use the weighted blanket like a net, but the net has a range of 15 feet. So.
Okay. All right. That will be my turn. I just look around to see what else is over there, but I grab a blanket.
Okay, so T-hole. Everyone else has vanished. You are alone.
I knew it. This is part of their plot all along. Oh, one. Well, Zarius is still there.
No, Zarius is also invisible, so you can't see him.
Yeah. This wasn't my fault.
I knew it. Paradonna won't have me yet. And he will swing blindly at this thing, not looking. This one.
Those are all hits. 2 of them are crits. Wait, 3 of them are crits.
I
Oh yeah, sorry,
what?
you have disadvantage. I'm
Do I have
mistaken.
advantage?
No, you have disadvantage. They're still all hits though.
Yeah. As he just swings maddeningly, like flailing his arms at him. He's almost looking a little erratic. trying to take down the Bodak.
And you can see this thing's probably on its last legs. You hear bones breaking as you pummel it.
Oh, I forgot my martial arts die.
Yeah, the flesh is burned and beginning to slough off of the creature. But still it is maintaining its gaze. So anything else?
That'll be Teagle's turn.
Zarius.
Zach's kind of like look down on himself. No. I just cast a spell. What's gonna break the invisibility? he would have no fucking clue how to use the invisibility. Is so far beyond his realm. He just doesn't know how to exploit it. But yeah, I think I'd just go with the Sacred Flame. I think worked fairly well last time, so I'll just do the same one.
Okay.
Because I can't tell if it's dying.
I mean, yeah, you can see the skin has burned to the point of it's beginning to fall off. You're pretty
I mean,
sure.
if I'm averting my gaze, I don't know.
That's true. And it collapses to the floor, still burning.
I'll kind of like move a little bit into the room. Sort of like I can look the other direction.
Right. I mean,
don't
you're aware of where they are. You're not completely blind. You're just not looking directly at this thing.
Right. And I was just kind of like looking into the room as well. I guess I can't really do like a proper perception check to scan the room, but
I mean, so the room, as I said, it's pretty sparse.
Mhm.
It was probably nicer once upon a time, but it seems as if it's not being used for much currently. Maybe like the desk across the way next to the bed, but you could see when somehow the weighted bed sheet flew off the bed,
yeah.
possibly another enemy, who knows, a ghost that was disguised as a sheet. A bunch of dust flew into the air. So it's probably been a year, 2 years since anyone's dusted the room.
Gotcha. So dust filled the air, so I know exactly where Aurelia is right now.
Right. Aurelia is functionally visible because there's that much dust.
Yep.
I mean, for somebody with such a high passive perception, I feel like pretty much. Maybe other people might miss her, but yeah, okay, so all right. No, nothing to direct. So I'll just wait. Just sit here. I'm done. I'm sure I'll be
Okay.
attacked.
No, actually, the Bodak begins to run towards the double doors on the far side of the room.
Damn, all these runners.
And trying the door, it finds its lock, so it begins pounding with both hands on the door, leaving it temporarily blinded. And it's Clave's turn. And as it's sort of pounding on the door, you can feel that sort of the oppressive feeling of it trying to drain the life away from people really vanishes when it gets about 15 feet away from you. But you would realize quickly that since it's using its hands to beat on the doors, it's not directing its gaze at you anymore.
Yeah, I am not even worried about that because Clave has had too many near-death experiences. So he is going to continue moving towards this door. And then what kind of action do you have to use a potion?
It's just an action.
Okay, it's an action. So I'm going to use an action to use my potion of greater healing. That's 44 plus 4, right?
Yep.
Oof,
Pretty good.
nice. Needed that. That's my turn.
Bob World Builder, by the way, has a pretty good recent video about drinking potions in combat.
I seen it. Terrible chugger. I could beat him just handily.
I mean,
There was one person that was managed to drink a potion, just chug it in the time of an action.
Yeah.
how narrow is like that bottleneck, you know? Like, that can make a
Right. That
difference.
was I hadn't actually ever before considered that like bottle design for potions is actually super important. Like
Yeah.
really, you just want like a giant cup of potion.
Yeah. You want a wide top. Yeah.
Do the potion hat where it's got like straws, like the beer hats.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, they were also so like part of the video was also them trying to fish the potion out of their pack while fighting, while moving. So also the potion bandolier, very important. So Aurelia, it's your turn.
Okay. I'm sure I hear this guy pounding at the door. I can't get there. I did have a plan, but I will wrap up the blanket and put it in my backpack for a later use. And then I will go and look at the desk or the chest or see if there's anything of value over here.
Okay, so give me an investigation check.
Don't want to break my invisibility. What do you?
So the desk you realize has just from the pattern of dust on it, there must have been something, some like a large book that was on the desk. But a lot of things on the desk look like they have been swept off. So somebody quickly cleared the desk by like sweeping things off.
Okay.
There's nothing on the floor, so presumably they like swept it into a pack or a box or something to get it out of there. And I would say you gather this is must be pretty recent because there's like no dust under it.
Yeah.
And everything else is just so dusty. Inside the chest, you find there is a pretty elaborate golden medallion that has a symbol of a dragon in the center of it. Otherwise, it's just sort of normal. There's like a set of priestly robes and a bunch of normal, like priestly accoutrements, and a couple of empty bottles.
Okay. Definitely take the dragon medallion and just grab up, grab the priestly robes. I may need those, or we may need those. I'll probably be able to just grab one. I'm sure it's a long cloak or something.
Okay, so you sweep that stuff up.
Okay.
Anything else you're doing?
No, just listening out to see if anything else enters the room or if that guy quits banging on the doors.
T-hole.
Let's see. Yeah, T-hole can make it there. He's gonna run after and give chase. and swing. Got
So
a
those are all hits, and one this time is actually a crit. So this one is slightly damaged, but only by like 2 psychic points. So very hard to tell that this one had been previously damaged. You do a fair bit of damage to it, but it's not quite at like half. And you can see it has now, with that, it stops banging on the door, but it's not its turn yet.
And Teal's gonna move back around the corner. Probably like that. That's how much movement he had left.
Howard.
Alright, that's my turn.
Darius.
Um. Let's take a couple of steps down. So that I'm at least in range. To cast my Sacred Flame again. Oh wow. Damn.
So it is able to dodge that time and avoid being burned now that it has stopped pounding on the door.
I got nothing. That's me.
All right. So as the creature turns around, from beyond the doorway, you hear a very deep and demonic howl that doesn't sound like it's that far away from the door. And at that point, it probably crosses your mind that the mage that you met in the audience hall mentioned Paradonna being in these rooms, and that she was working on a demon flesh golem. In fact, I think he may have said another demon flesh golem.
Yeah,
There's more than one.
there's always more than one.
Let me see something. Oops. But this thing is going to come up and then attack Teal, since Teal just hit him. Does a 21 hit you?
21 just hits.
So you take 16 necrotic damage and give me a constitution save.
16.
Yeah, 16 necrotic.
And con save. Oh man, what the hell is with these concepts? You know what? I'm gonna spend a Kai point to invoke the Diamond Soul. To avoid using an action point. So I can re-roll it. Hey, there we go.
So as happened to Clave, as this thing clamps its hand down on you, you begin to feel all of your body tighten up, and you have to fight it off to avoid being paralyzed. But you still take the damage, and then it takes a swing at you with its other claw. Oh, but it misses. And it's Clave's turn.
So Clave is going to move to this door and attempt to open it.
It appears to be locked.
Of course it is. Um. Well, I'm gonna take my last step up. And then I guess I still have an action then if it's locked. That was an object interaction. So I'll dash right up next to Zarius. So he doesn't know it. Maybe, well, probably does sense it with his passive perception, but
Zarius pretends not to and reaches out with a spell towards the Bodak, but instead gets Clave.
so that's my turn.
Okay, Aurelia.
Okay. I guess it's like a nightstand over here on the other side.
Right.
All right, I'll
There-
check that.
So you see there is a ring on the nightstand, a fairly elaborate ring.
Nice. Is there any? Could I guess if it's magical? Does it look like something it could be magical?
It is very fancy, so it could be magical. It's not like obviously glowing, but there are
Right.
many gems set into this ring.
Put it on. What's the worst that could happen?
I mean, give me an investigation check.
Could I use Arcana?
No, this is really investigation.
Okay. Cool. 14.
Yeah, that's enough for you to realize that when you picked it up, that this too is also covered in dust, so it's been sitting here for a year.
Yes. It would probably look good on me, so I will put it on.
Okay. You notice no immediate effect.
Okay. So yeah, okay.
And never
Uh,
mind that bubble I just put above your shoulder.
Oh, that's not good. All right. I will move out. I guess I could 5, 10, 15, 20. I can probably get to like there. So I get ready in case whatever is coming out, because I heard that howl. So I'm gonna have to probably break invisibility at some point and help with the attack.
So so is that where you're stopping?
Yeah, because I don't think I can get any further because I'd have to. I think that's all my movement.
Okay. So
It-
there
actually-
is that screen between you and the door, so technically you can't see anybody from where you are.
Right, but I'm a little bit closer. Is that screen fairly can you kind of see sort of through it or no?
No, it's completely
Okay.
opaque.
And I
I
do
mean,
not
it's not substantive. It could easily be knocked over if need be, but it's there to block line of sight.
and since I got this ring, I do not stow the priest robe. I'm gonna throw that sucker on. I don't know if it will fit, but
You could put it on. It is clearly sized for someone a lot bigger than you.
that's okay. As long as I don't have to make any checks, then I'll get them.
I mean, actually, you would also you have invisibility yourself. At least you've used it before, so you'd be aware. Like the ring and the robe aren't invisible. Like you've picked it up doesn't bestow invisibility upon them. So you were walking around. It was like a floating rug that's in your backpack, floating blanket. I mean, and a priest robe and a ring.
Okay.
So you can put, but you put the robe on.
That's
Shimmy
fine.
into the robe,
That's fine. It's a spectral robe.
right? Teal,
T-hole is going to continue to do the same.
yep. So the last one for the first time, you managed to miss. But the other one's hit.
Forgot martial arts die last time, but this one, when it,
But go ahead and add it again then for the last time. There you go.
a dusting.
So it is pretty beaten up, but it's not quite on the verge of death yet.
And that'll be my turn.
And it's a reveal tool. The doors swing open, and you see coming, squeezing its way through the doors is a kind of a demon, except that it seems as if it's clearly the demon flesh golem. It is clearly patched together from various parts of other demons. That's
Fuck
gonna.
that thing.
So T-hole, it has really got a lot of cover from you, but it does have to try to move around this Bodak. You could take an attack of opportunity with disadvantage if you wanted to.
You know, he would.
That just barely hits. So
Nice.
and again, you find that it doesn't seem as though the poison does anything to it because it's a construct.
All right. Good to know.
Then it steps up here where it's going to attack T-hole. Oh, that's true. No, it's not going to do that. You see its eyes begin to glow with a distinct golden light. And everybody except Aurelia, which you can't see, you have to decide whether or not to avert your gaze from this thing.
Yeah, I'm averting my gaze.
T-hole will as well.
What about Zarius?
Yeah, that's like, I don't need to look at things right now.
Okay. And then it is going to it is going to attack T-hole. You see that it has like on one arm, it's just a giant pincer rather than a hand. The other arm, however, has a clawed hand on it. But all three attacks are going against T-hole. Why is it not rolling damage? There we go. So the bite missed anyway. The pincer also missed, but the claw hit.
Yeah.
And you realize that if the claw had hit, it would have grappled you.
The claw did hit.
Sorry, I mean the pincer. But you easily dodge the pincer. And it's Arius's turn. I would say when the door flew open, now that as it came through, you don't really see that much of what's in the room on the far side. You can see that there's a door in the distance, like another set of double doors on the far side of the room
Yeah.
beyond. You also see something that you definitely saw in Mordenkainen's manor, which is, remember how there was that hand golem just made of hands?
Mm-hmm.
Fancy.
Right, handsy. There was a giant machine that was throwing off electricity and sparks, and there is an identical one in your line of sight in the room beyond. And it is also throwing off bolts of electricity into the ceiling and occasionally into the table to the south of it. Where you can see there is a partially formed, you can see the top of a partially formed demon flesh golem on that table.
Right. Um. It's a golem, yeah, so it's a golem not dead. So that's not really. Um. I'm gonna Sacred Flame the big one.
It failed.
Nice. And then I think I go ahead and just cast Spiritual Weapon. Also to attack the big one here.
That hit. What's the damage? So as the sacred flame comes down, you see this thing almost explodes as the sacred flame touches the demon flesh on it, as it is clearly vulnerable to radiant damage. But you also realize this thing is a mountain of hit points. As even exploded, it's looking extremely robust.
Right. Got it. I'm done.
The Bodak, where's its thing? It is going to attack. But it misses. Clave.
So I am going to move here. And at this distance, do I still feel the influence of this thing's vision effect?
No.
All right. So then I will begrudgingly break my invisibility to cast telekinesis. And I will grab the demon golem and throw him against this wall.
Just reading the spell quickly. I always sort of confuse in my mind Bigby's hand and telekinesis, because they can be used for similar things. This
Mhm.
doesn't have as specific a set of rules for it. So what's it save?
So it's an opposed check.
Oh, okay.
My spellcasting ability versus his strength. Oh shit. Okay. Well, that sucks. And now I'm a target. So I don't know how fast this thing moves. Let's see. No, I can't do anything. Okay, so that's my turn.
Aurelia. Yeah, Clave, you can now see that there is a floating ghostly set of robes.
Perfect.
So I heard the door crash open.
Right. Yeah, it would have roared as it came in, so you're aware that it's in the room. And you
Okay.
can, you probably actually see like the very top of its head over the screen between you and it. As it's, 10 feet tall.
Okay. Oh, okay. So the screen doesn't go all the way to the ceiling.
No, it's just a folding screen.
Gotcha.
And the ceiling's like 20 feet high.
Okay, but I can see it, the top of its head.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to attempt vicious mockery. I don't know. It could be immune to psychic damage. Oof. All right. Takes no damage.
Anything else you're doing?
So I'm obviously visible now.
Right.
I will take a couple steps back against the wall.
So T-hole then.
Teal's gonna hit the Bodak since he's looking worse.
That definitely hits.
And I guess I'm the tank, so I'm not gonna run away.
They haven't come
But
towards me. I'm a little tanky.
what?
They haven't come towards me. I'm a little tanky.
Yeah, T-hole might move a little closer to you just so that it'd be less of a you'd be in reach to maybe heal.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna use my bonus action to do Step of the Wind. So that I can get away. I can basically just circle around. I'm just stepping away from this guy. Circle
Yeah.
around,
So you're disengaging.
disengaging. Yeah.
Okay.
And In fact, I'm gonna stand right in front of Darius.
Okay.
And that'll be my turn.
So this thing flaps its wings and moves itself over here. I assume you're still averting your gaze.
Yes.
It's gonna try to attack T-hole again.
It's a hit.
Okay, make me a wisdom saving throw. You made it. You're not cursed, but you take 47 piercing damage.
And T-hole is down.
Maybe you are cursed.
Yeah, 34 hit points.
And I don't do this to be a dick. I do this because it is a demon flesh golem. Oh no, that's the wrong one. Never mind that one. It doesn't manage to injure you with its claw, but it does manage to inflict 15 more damage. So you have failed 2 death saves already.
I can cancel that crit.
No, it's not actually a crit. It just hit. Oh,
Yeah.
so
It's 2 because it's a crit as well.
okay. So
So I
it's
can
one
cancel the crit,
failed
so he
death
only gets
save.
the 1. So he gets 1 failed save, not 2.
And he is grappled in the pincer and unable to break free because he's unconscious.
Well, time to roll up a new T-hole.
But it's, it can't use its pincer to attack anybody while it's grappling him this way. You got that going for you. It's Darius's turn.
Yeah, so as long as you just cure T-hole.
Right.
keep him-
T-hole, I don't even think is suffering any exhaustion yet until you revive him.
It's like Judas and Dante's Inferno.
It's fine. Raise Dead is always prepared for me, so it's fine.
Reincarnate.
Yeah, it'll be a race. Who can get their spell off first? Can Aurelia cast reincarnate fast enough?
Uh, all right, so I can still touch T-hole at least
Yes.
to get a cure wounds on him.
Mhm.
Fuck man. Because you're down, it's max. But I'm gonna cast it at fucking, I guess, 5th level. Run low on slots.
Yeah.
So 5th level means the max of 5d8 plus 5
45.
plus 5. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 40 plus
Yeah,
5.
it would be 45. Yeah.
I forgot to reduce the counter on Aurelia to 8.
Teal is shocked back to life, only to find himself in giant pincers being thrown around.
It's like I touch you. Like, not yet. Oh shit. And then I still have, I didn't pull the thing out onto the board here. Spiritual weapon. I'll just move it to hit this guy, I guess. Here you go. Roll it. There we go.
That's a hit.
That's it for me.
So the Bodak will move over. Since T-Hole's already grabbed by the pincer, it will move up here and instead attack Zarius. That's a
Miss.
miss.
Sure.
But that's its turn. Clave,
Is that magical?
it is.
There, that the claw attack.
Yeah.
Am I in range of whatever vision thing this thing has?
You mean the Bodak? The Bodak isn't currently using its vision thing.
No, the demon golem.
That's a good point. Yes, you are.
What about now?
I think you just moved the same. Yes, you still are.
What about now?
You're just out of it.
Was this a cell phone commercial?
I'm going to once more attempt to grapple this thing and shove it with my telekinesis. To try. If I do that, will it break out? Will T-Hole break out of the pincer?
No, he's in the pincer. If you move the creature, he will just move with the creature. He's grappled.
Okay. Can I use the telekinesis to force the pincer open?
Yes, you could try to break the grapple with the pinch with telekinesis.
You can push T-hole and he would break free.
Yeah, but then he might, rip away with some of his flesh still in the pincher.
He's just grappled.
Hey, I don't know what Kurt's gonna do with this ruling. But yeah, so that's what I'm gonna do. So,
Who do you think he is? You?
This dungeon, I'm starting to feel like Kurt's taking a few notes out of my playbook. I've been on my edge the whole time that we've been in here, ever since the Hydra. But yeah, so that's an opposed check, my spellcaster versus his strength.
Yep.
Yes.
So you are able to force the pincer open, and T-hole falls out of its grasp.
Okay, that's my turn.
Aurelia. You could briefly see T-hole being shaken in the air like a ragdoll before Zarius revived him. And actually, now that it's closer to the thing, you can probably see the face of this. You have to decide if you want to avert your gaze or not.
Of the
For the demon flesh golem.
oh, you have to do it for that too?
Yeah. Well, you don't have to do it for the Bodak anymore because it's not using, it has to actively engage its gaze attack and it stopped doing that. But this gaze attack is more passive once activated. So you can feel its terrifying presence.
Okay. I don't feel empowered by the ring, like that gives me okay.
Something's counting down.
Yeah. I'm gonna cast Dissonant Whispers on it. I don't have spell slots here.
Failed. So. So you see it begins to run off in this direction. And Keyhole and Zarius, you can take a tax opportunity if you want.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna if I hit, I'm gonna invoke my sentinel feet.
Right, so it's immune to poison.
Let's do it here.
So since you're invoking Sentinel, it really doesn't get to move at all.
I don't have the staff activated. I was trying to roll, but it's only sending the info
Right.
instead. So,
So it tried to run, but it didn't get to. Anything else Aurelia's doing?
Let's see. Might do, but I might not be in range. But I can't see T-hole, right?
Right, you can't see T-hole or Zarius from where you are.
And to inspire them, I would assume I have to see them.
They have
Uh,
to be able to hear you.
Yeah, I think you have to be able to hear. They have to be able to hear.
I think it's hear or see.
Okay. Is it within 30 feet or 60? 30?
60.
Okay. Go get him, T-hole, and you're inspired.
All right.
Kick his ass, Seabass.
Kick his ass, Seabass.
All right. Feels like she's on my side. I knew it.
So Teal's turn.
T-hole is going to should I? He's going to he's gonna attack with his arms on the golem.
Are you averting your gaze?
Yeah. He'd be averting his gaze.
So then only the first two hit.
Okay.
Are you gonna try and stun him at all?
Probably should. Getting low on Kai points, but I'll give it a go. Also, I'll attempt a stunning strike.
Nice.
Pretty sure that doesn't make it. Let me double check. Recorded this. Yes, that does not make it. Assuming he doesn't have advantage. It's a DC 17.
Right. So, yeah, he appears to be stunned.
That was suspicious how you said appears to be stunned.
Well, he's not,
Thinking the
he's not,
same thing.
he's not doing anything at the moment. So,
That'll be T-Hole's turn.
right, his eyes are still glowing golden, so his gaze effect is still there for people who look at him directly. But he has stopped moving around as much. And he does not immediately attack, and it's Arius's turn.
Um, I mean, if it works, it works. So I'm gonna keep it up. Sacred Flame.
Oops, wrong thing. I forgot, actually, does he have so he failed, but does he have disadvantage on his saves? Deck saves when stunned? He failed either way in this case, so I just can't recall.
If you're stunned,
I think you might just fail him.
yeah, I think you automatically fail. Cause you can't move.
Automatically fails strength and dexterity
Yeah.
saves.
Okay,
Sweet.
so anything else you're doing?
Yeah, I'm just gonna try and ping him with spiritual weapon. Spiritual weapon attack.
That hits.
Only that spiritual weapon could do holy damage.
Yeah, it's force damage, unfortunately.
Yeah. That's it for me.
The Bodak is going to attack T-Hole. I assume you'll negate the crit.
Yep, I gotta have my turn again so I can do it.
But so make me a con save, T-Hole.
Not been doing hot.
You are inspired.
I am gonna use my inspiration. So is that a D8?
I think it's higher than that.
Might be a 10
It's a
now.
D10.
Yeah.
So you are not paralyzed, but you take 22 damage. And then it claws at you.
That's a hit. T-Hole is looking very hurt.
It's the problem of not taking out these little minion monsters. Even this thing's close to dead, not that. But nobody's been focusing on him. So Clave's turn.
So question. This guy, since he's facing here, am I still affected by his vision effect?
He isn't actively using his gaze attack anymore.
He's not.
So
Okay.
right.
So I'm going to make him the target of my telekinesis. I'm going to move him here and up 20 feet to the ceiling and then drop him.
Okay.
Shit. Let's see. Nope. I tried. That's my turn.
Aurelia.
Okay. All right, and I see that dude there, right?
The Bodak. Yes.
Bodak. Okay, I'm gonna hit him with Eldritch Blast. 15.
That's a hit.
One more. 15 again.
Also a hit.
Yeah.
So he is continuing to look worse and worse. Entrails are now spilling out from where the skin once covered his stomach. But he points his one hand at Aurelia and then hisses as he's still standing.
I point my lich scepter at him and hiss back at him.
Anything else you're doing? He holds uninspired again.
Yes, he is. Yeah, I will inspire T-Hole again. Get him, T-Hole.
I'm trying.
And it's T-Hole's turn.
Teal's going to what's he gonna do? He's gonna turn around and try to knock out this Bodak. And then he's gonna run for safety. So he's attacking this guy.
Right. Yeah, so it is clearly really teetering on its last legs, but it is still up.
Don't forget your martial arts die.
That's
It's-
true.
Oh,
Even more teetering, but it was not one hit point away from the end.
yeah, I'm gonna use a Kai point for Step of the Wind to get out and move 5, 10, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Some distance away.
So you didn't have to like go all the way around him unless you wanted to. Like you really could have gone just little
Through.
arrow.
Right,
Yeah, you
this-
could have.
This way.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's I was gonna go to about that point anyway.
Okay.
To get away.
I mean, it is much more stylistic that you ran in a circle around him. But but to make sure you didn't want to get further.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And actually, I might move one away just to get out of Aurelia's line of sight. That's my turn.
Okay. And then the golem ceases to be stunned. Hmm. So it begins to flap its wings into the air. Zarius, you can take an attack of opportunity because it's moving.
Then I shall.
Yeah, unable to get through its hide. So flying up into the air, you see it looks around and it locates T-Hole. And it flies over and lands.
Yep. That's back in the that's that not that he's down.
You're unconscious, with its teeth sunk into you. Then it grapples you in its pincer again. So you're at one failed death save. And well, that's true. It flew over the barrier. So Zarius, you can't actually see him. Do you need to be able to see him to negate the crit?
Yeah, and I actually only have 2 more of those today.
So you're conserving them for the first time.
I could go over there and save them.
So you have 2 failed death saves. But that's his turn. And it's Zarius's turn.
Oh yeah, okay.
And there is a teetering Bodak staring at you now. Through its hand.
Bonus action, then I will just have the spiritual weapon swing at it. Wrong spot here. Come on.
That hits.
Oh my god.
And it collapses.
Okay, good, because that was minimum damage.
Fluid begins to spill out of it as it looks like it's starting to deflate around its own bones.
And then I can move. Notice T-hole. Ragged again. You know, I can only do so much now. Guess I gotta do this. I don't want to do this.
Hmm. Ooh, dropped a 7th level spell on you.
If that isn't true love, I don't know what is.
And I have 2 levels of exhaustion. And you're grappled, but you're not dying.
Teal shocks back to life. Oh, I'm here again.
That's it.
And at the start of the round, update Aurelius count and Clave's turn.
So I'm gonna move here. And hopefully that puts me outside of the gaze.
Yes, it does.
And I will once again attempt to free T-hole from the claw. And I will fail. That's my turn.
And Aurelia.
So I guess I have to look away from this thing like the Bodak.
Yes.
Okay. Hmm. Good question. Fire T-hole. So what is the so that Bodak is like dissolving into the ground, like
No, it's just that both of the Bodaks had a lot of fluid inside them. So now that they're dead, it is spilling out. Their skin isn't super thick. So it is just like deflating like a water balloon around around their bones.
okay, does it look acidic or anything? Because I know the other one got torched with fire.
Right. Yeah. Radiant damage. No, it doesn't.
Okay,
It just appears to be some sort of clear fluid.
Hmm. Okay, I can use my movement. I'm gonna run all the way over here. And I'm going to search through the Bodak to look for his hand that had the eye.
Right. I mean, both hands have eyes on them.
Oh,
and
okay.
they're easy to find.
Okay. And I figure since they're desiccated, whatever, I rip off his hand.
You can try. I mean, there's still a bone structure there.
Oh, okay.
Give me an athletics check.
Okay. Oh, okay, that's not bad.
You're not quite able to wrench the hand off.
I figure I'm like standing on his arm, holding it.
Yeah, like you hear like you're yanking on it, and you realize like you maybe have dislocated the shoulder, but it's
Yeah.
going to take another good yank to really rip the flesh completely off,
Okay, good.
and you'll probably get the whole arm rather than just a hand.
Oh, nice. Okay, even better. Okay.
And Zarius, I just sent you a message.
That should be my turn.
P-hole. You're grappled.
At what point can I relay this?
I mean, you could quickly relay it now.
There's a
I mean,
woman
like,
in the room back there.
there's a tendency to have like conversations, but
Yeah.
quick statement is fine at any time. So he says there's a woman in the other room where the golem came from. And listening, now that you've been keyed into it, you can all hear there is some woman. You can't quite make out what she's saying, but she sounds angry.
That's so normal.
So T-hole, you are acutely aware that given the position you're in, all this thing has to do, like you're gripped by these pincers, and all it has to do is squeeze to inflict more damage. So it wouldn't even have to make an attack roll to hit with that.
So yeah, Deal's gonna break. He's gonna try to break the grapple and squirm out. Yeah, I have the gauntlets of ogre strength, but I don't know if I
You haven't attuned to them yet.
tuned to them yet. Yeah,
But
so I-
to break a grapple is either athletics or acrobatics.
oh, okay.
I assume your acrobatics is good.
Yeah.
Not
Normally.
that is not good enough.
I'm gonna use my inspiration to try to break it.
Yep.
D10.
That
19.
is just enough for you to squirm your way out, and then leap down from the pincer.
All right, and then I'm gonna take,
Well, breaking the grapple is an action.
yeah. Um. I'll spend a Kai point to take the dodge action as my bonus action.
Okay. So it is still focused on you for whatever reason.
Why?
But there's disadvantage because you're dodging, so that misses. Then tries to bite you.
Oof, that hits.
So make me a wisdom save.
Oh,
Are you using anything to change the roll?
Don't you have your crown?
That's true. You could also
do
use
that.
your crown.
I do have the crown. That is going to, yeah, I'm gonna use the auto success on that.
Okay, so you're not cursed, but it also claws at you.
It's a hit.
And there's just no explanation for why this golem that Paradonna created might be focusing on T-hole.
T-hole's baffled.
Zarius, it's your turn.
This might be the one time that Zarius is also baffled. I don't know. You know, it's an oldie but a goldie. Let's go ahead and move the weapon up here right quick. And then swing with that.
Hit.
Damage. And then good old Sacred Flame.
Failed.
It's a good amount of damage.
Away.
I don't know that subreddit.
Oh. And so with that last bit of damage, the creature begins to roar, and it immediately turns its gaze up towards Zarius, no longer as laser focused on T-hole as it was. You could see it is preparing to swing wildly.
It's entered its berserker phase.
So anything else you're doing, Zarius?
No, I don't really have anything else. If I try and move, he'll swing at me, so I'm dead. I'm done. Yeah, that's it.
Clave.
Dustin, does T-Hole have any more Kai points?
Got 2.
Uh,
So it's-
if would you be interested in trying to stun it?
I
may
think
have
he's
something
gonna
that might
have to.
help.
He didn't last time because he focused the attack on the Bodak, but this time I think we'd have to stun it.
Okay. So, so Clave is gonna switch tactics and use Mind Sliver against the creature.
Oh, I accidentally closed its thing. So it did not make it. Surprisingly.
Alright, so it takes a minus 1d4 on the next saving throw it makes.
Right. So remind me if I forget that. Aurelia. Oh, actually, this would have happened essentially simultaneously with Clave's turn. You notice that in the distance, in the door, in the beyond the room where you hear the woman yelling, the double doors there open and you see people start coming through.
Oops, they do.
They appear to be a sort of mix of races. There's a dwarf, two humans, and an elf. Led by a human woman.
Where are they?
That's true. You can't quite see them.
Oh, okay.
I forgot you moved from where you were. So T-Hole can definitely see them.
Okay. Um. hmm. Yeah, I'm just gonna blast this guy with Eldritch Blast. I'm right there. Well, no, I have to avert my gaze, don't I?
Yes,
That's the issue. Okay.
right. So you'd have disadvantage.
You can use your movement to try and move outside of the range of it.
Yeah, but I think 10, 15, 20. Wait a second. Let me check one thing. Do I need to see? Yeah, I have to. So I'm gonna run up T-hole and hit him with Death Ward.
Okay.
That's all I can do.
T-Hole.
Teal is going to attack the golem.
So the 18 hit.
And I'm gonna spend a Kai point to attempt a stunning strike.
It's stunned.
Stunned. And then I'm gonna use my bonus action to hit it 2 more times while it's stunned.
Both hit.
And I'll take a step back. Oh, and martial arts die.
Alright,
That's my turn.
so it's stunned. Zarius.
Yeah, I mean, let's do the Sacred Flame then. It automatically fails, so,
Right.
and then, yeah, I mean, let's just swing this spiritual weapon too. While we're here. So that's pretty sweet.
Yep.
Nice.
That didn't go properly, actually. I get it, because it's what? Double max damage, what's the, or
No,
max
it's
and,
yeah, it's max plus what you actually rolled, so
gotcha,
13 plus 9 in this case.
yeah.
Do you
That's
see
it.
the arm with the claw on it falls off at this point? Because it has taken a lot of damage. In fact, hundreds of hit points of damage. So it no longer has a claw, but it still has its pincer and its bite. Anything else you're doing?
Nope, all good.
And into the room comes running 5 cultists. But that's all they can do this round. Clave.
Alright. There's no chance of failure with this. So. Perfect. I am going to use my telekinesis to restrain or to grapple this guy, and he fails automatically. He fails those things.
Mhm.
And then throw him into the people. He doesn't see the people, but he is going to throw them that direction because he's trying to get space between that thing and our friends. I don't know if because that'll get right into Testy McTesterson right there.
Right. So these guys, they'll all get deck saves. One of them made it. And then the Testy McTesterson person.
Oh, and he's berserk, so he might actually hit them. He might actually attack them.
You might. So they all, except for one of them in the back manages to sort of jump away. He gets flung into them. They are all prone. He is prone. The golem is prone.
Spare.
Excellent.
And they all take 5 damage. The ones who didn't get out of the way.
And that's my turn.
Got to remember to take 1 off of Aurelius countdown. Aurelia, it's your turn.
Oh, actually, he is restrained. It's not just grappled. He's restrained.
Stunned too.
He's stunned and restrained.
Yep.
Stunned, restrained, and grappled.
Alright, I'll just hit him with Eldritch Blast. I guess I have advantage.
With Eldritch Blast. So it's prone. Technically, that's
Oh, okay.
disadvantage.
Oh, okay.
So it's basically a normal attack
It's
at
a
this
normal
point.
attack. Okay, gotcha. Alright, ooh. Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah. Wait, 4, yeah.
That hits. That hits. And that hits.
A mighty 7 damage.
It doesn't have that much left. Every bit counts.
All right.
Anything else you're doing?
No.
Heal.
Hmm. I think I think Teal is going to pull out his satchel of seeker darts, and he pulls one out and they whisper "seek" to it. And he sends it flying at this at Testy McTesterson.
Okay. So she failed, so she gets hit.
Nice. And that is actually
So you can't actually see this, but Zarius and Aurelia would have noticed that as the dart flew around the screen and found her lying prone, right before it hit her, it almost seemed like it froze for half a second, like it had to fight its way through some sort of force field around her before it finally penetrated and struck her.
By the way, is this barrier still up since I tossed that guy through it?
Yeah, that's true. It probably would have gotten knocked over if you weren't being careful about it.
Oh, I wasn't.
So then you saw it too, T-hole.
his eyebrows raise. I think that's going to be his turn. Because all my bonus actions require Kai points, and I've got one left. So I'm going to save it for when it counts.
So it's not stunned anymore. So it will stand up.
No, it can't. It's restrained, so his speed is 0.
Okay, then it's going to try to break free.
It's restrained until the end of my next turn.
Okay, never mind then. So it stays there then.
Just fucking more enraged.
Zarius' turn.
Yeah, I was looking for like a good area effect type of spell, but all I really have is Bane. Which, I don't know, maybe that would be okay. Mm. Yeah, I guess I'll start with a Bane and adjust as needed, I suppose. So, well, okay. This guy's been taking a lot of damage. How's he looking? We got two arms off, like
No, still
some
just the
shit.
one, still just
Okay.
the one arm has fallen off.
Okay.
But you know, he looks pretty bad.
Ah, man. Maybe while he's still like fucking incapacitated like that, I'll just hit him with another Sacred Flame.
Oh, he can't move. And that with that, you see like his chest burst open. And it wasn't really doing anything anyway, but you think it may be dead.
Right. That's as close as the spiritual weapon can get. So I just
And you know, in the
ready
distance,
myself.
arcs of electricity continue to be thrown off of that machine.
I can't do anything about that right now.
Can I ask, you know, because we not just moments ago had a raging dragon on the other side of this door. Have we heard anything from that side?
That is a good point. You definitely would have heard stomping, but it's not exact. It wasn't exactly right up against the other side of the door. So you can surmise the dragon is in the audience chamber even now, but you're not sure exactly what it's doing.
Just something like it's having a tantrum. I
No,
want to
just
go in.
just
I
just like
can't.
it's walking around more than having a tantrum.
It's just a big motherfucker. It just sounds like a tantrum.
But are you moving your sacred weapon or
I did already, so I'm done.
okay? So they will all spend, except for the guy in the back, half their movement to get up. She will move one, two. She'll move her 15 feet, I guess. Let's see.
God damn it! She also has some kind of vision effect.
She does not have a vision effect. You're at least safe from that. But including Pepri, everybody has to make me a wisdom saving throw. I'm sorry, an intelligence saving throw. As you see just waves begin to ripple through the air, almost like she's bending space around her, but you quickly realize it is pure psychic energy.
Is this somebody we recognize?
No, you don't recognize her. Although her clothing is kind of reminiscent of the psychic warriors the Empire used, it's still very different. So let's see. This is not set for that. Let me just quickly change something. So is everybody staying with those intelligence saves?
I am.
Oh, I gotta. I gotta make.
And so does, and Kepri does as well.
Kepler did hers.
Oh, did she? I didn't say.
Oh.
it.
Yeah,
God damn it.
it's the block, like the stat block looking one.
Oh, right.
I'm gonna use.
Going to use what?
I'm
Last high point.
or an action point.
I mean, you can always use an action point to give yourself a Kai point, so you should probably use the Kai point.
Yeah, I'll use the Kai point to reroll. Well, unlike action points, you have to take the second one.
So everybody who got less than 16 takes 33 psychic damage. If you got 16 or higher, you take half that.
Okay.
And the people who failed are poisoned for a minute, but you get to make a new save at the end of each round.
He holds down.
No, you're back up. You got Death Ward.
So he goes down to 1 hit point.
And then the other cultists start moving.
I have to make a con save. I lose my concentration.
That guy just so one of the cultists who didn't get barreled over by the demon flesh golem has apparently decided to make a beeline for Aurelia because that's the direction he's running. Then we're at the start of the round. So that means we reduce the counter on Aurelia one more. And it's Clave's turn.
Fireball centered right there. Wait, shit. Sirius is right there.
I'm resistant to fire. I don't know, man.
Mm.
By the way, did you guys lock the door to the audience hall?
Sure we did.
Clave certainly would have given his intelligence and assessment of the situation. So you're outside of it from there. He's in Alright, I'm gonna center the fireball on this guy. It should get everybody except Zarius and this guy. So fireball.
What's that? Oh, I don't know why Bless is turned on. So he failed. The guy who had centered on. He failed. Guy headed for Aurelia fails, and then the guy who's a little bit back from him. So they all failed, and then her. She takes half damage.
Do I need to make a save?
Yes. Doesn't he?
No,
Just-
I centered it on this guy, so I thought that he's outside of it.
Oh, then my mistake.
Well,
then
then
this
one.
this
you're gonna
guy,
take it.
Yeah, this guy's not in it.
right? So he's
not
fine.
captured in there.
Everybody else though. Just not.
So she looks like she's still pretty good. The other guys took a good chunk of their hit points away.
Okay. That's my turn.
And Aurelia's turn.
Okay, so Aurelia reaches into her backpack and realizes that she's like, oh shit, I've got this lyre. And I cast Wall of Stone right in front of the right across where the blue chick is. All the way down there.
Okay. You are able to completely seal off that side of the room.
Yeah, that should just leave that one dude.
Yep.
How does he react?
He is clearly startled and afraid.
Yeah, I'll do that with my robes on and my well, I had to have that lyre out. It's not too late to join us.
Well, it's Teal's turn. He is startled and afraid. He doesn't look like he's
Yeah.
necessarily going to join you.
Well, I mean, you never know.
So I think I can do this. If I spend, I can use an action point to spend hit dice and regain half of the amount rolled. According to the house rule notes, is that still right?
Right, yes.
So I'm gonna do that.
Oh, just one. No, I would have moved if I was able to. So.
Yeah, you're able to.
And I'm going to roll a lot of hit die. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right. Tally these up. So you got 4, 6, 10, 13, 15, 17, 18, 20, 24, 27, 31 plus 4. Yeah, 35. 35 hit points back. It's better than nothing. And set that to 2. So that was my action. And
You should have gotten 37 hit points.
oh, did I miss a couple? I was rounding down each one, but that was
Oh, is it half of each hit die rolled, or is it half of the total?
half of the total. But I guess
You can take the extra hit points. It's not worth
yeah.
taking too much time calculating for one extra hit point.
Yeah, if as far as bonus action. Yeah, I'm not gonna do anything. I'm just gonna run back by this bed. Actually, no, I'm gonna stay close to Zarius so he can revive me if I die.
I like to think you actually ran back towards the bed and like, no, fuck that, and then ran over towards Arius.
He would have, yeah, he'd be limping along because he's at half movement right now.
Right. So just to be clear, question for Aurelia, I assume Wall of Stone gives you like 10-foot segments, although the ceiling is 20 feet high. So you could basically probably thicken the wall in some places if you wanted to. Or you could make like the 10 by 20-foot segments and just double them up completely. So the wall here is going to be pretty thick if you want it to be. And you will have to maintain concentration on it for, 10 minutes to keep it permanently there.
Could Aurelia maybe use the wall of stone to, I don't know, let's say throw some stone like right there so that we have some extra protection on this door?
I mean, she could have done that, but not after the fact that you're
Damn it.
suggesting it now. Not everyone can change their spells on the fly to do everything they want.
Yeah, Clave.
But yeah, she technically could have like also covered up this portion of the wall and the door. But she wasn't really thinking about that. So anything else T-Hole's doing?
No.
So Zarius, you still do have a cultist here. Your spiritual weapon, however, is on the wrong side of the wall of stone.
Yeah, I know. I had noticed. This guy, did it look like they got hurt, or this is the one that didn't get like toppled over?
Right.
Alright.
He's uninjured at the moment.
Well, in that case, let's just go with the classic. Well, let's try and injure him first, and I'll throw down a Sacred Flame on him.
No, he failed. And he is pretty severely burned by that.
Cool. Yeah, I'll just stick here. I don't think I need to. I think maybe I'm showing myself to be a bigger target than Aurelia. Or a better, more threatening target.
Yeah, so he charges towards Clave, and then sidesteps him. And then tries the door and finds it's locked. And it's going to try to break the door lock. He does not break the door lock, however. He is rattling the door futilely. And that's his turn. You know, he would also like the Bodak, he would also be banging on the door. So he spends his turn now screaming for help, and it's Clave's turn. And Clave, make me a perception check.
Mike dropped.
Oh yeah, I didn't notice. Yeah, he's in the waiting room again.
Sorry, my internet went out.
No problem. So the cultist in the room with you got sacred flamed, burned pretty severely, ran towards you and then stepped to the side of you and tried the door. But finding it locked, tried to break the lock and failed miserably, and is banging on it and screaming for help. And I need you to make me a perception check. It's also your turn.
Well, let's see what this perception check tells me. Not much, probably.
Yeah, you don't really notice what I was thinking about. But it's your turn, and he is right next to you.
Yeah, let's see. All right. I'm going to take out my dagger and vampiric blade him with my dagger.
Gonna move Peppery for a second. I have to move him for a second too, because I can't see. Yeah, that hits.
All right.
He is still
So-
up, but he is even more gravely wounded.
And I get 6 temporary hit points. Yay. So that's my turn.
Okay. Aurelia, your turn.
All right. I see he's banging on the door. I'm going to hit him with Eldritch Blast. Well, I'm going to hope to hit him.
Yeah, that hits him. Actually, the first one is enough to kill him,
Okay.
and he slumps down against the door.
Hey, Zarius,
Alright.
look at this cool ring I found.
Are we out of turn order?
Yes, we're out of turns.
Okay. So
For now.
Clave limps over and he looks at everybody and he says, "We have to get the fuck out of here. We are way in over our heads."
As T-Hole's like coughing out blood. I agree. I can't agree more.
I will show the ring to Zarius, see if he recognizes it.
I'll look at it.
You would recognize it as the ring of the high priest of your religion, of the overall religion of the of
Okay, do I know if there's any sort of legend lore on it, legendary or otherwise stories revolving around it?
I mean, it's centuries old, maybe thousands of years old for all you know. It's probably been around at least since the early days of your people moving into this area. If it has any magical properties per se, there's no real stories about that you'd be aware of.
Okay.
While Aurelia's showing off her bling, Clave would call out, "Capri, where are we and how do we get out of here as quickly as possible?"
And Kepri pops into visibility for a second and says, "Well, I guess I don't know the layout of these chambers as well as I knew the palace chambers, but I think one of the rooms to the south of us should connect to the main entranceway. Although the main entrance would then lead us out into the canyon where we saw the soldiers encamped. We could probably make our way from the main entranceway to the kitchen. And then there's the service entrance that we didn't come through in the first place. Or we could circle around. There's another side door that leads into the palace and try to find our way out from there."
Okay. Well, if we're able, even if we have to go out the front door, I can disguise us possibly to be able to blend in and try and escape. And then Clave is going to move over towards this stuff to see if there's any keys or anything that can unlock this door.
So as you search, you don't find anything, or Aurelia would have found it first if there had been keys there. But as you're looking, you hear boom as something approaches the door to the audience chamber. Boom, boom. Something is now like right up by the door. Almost certainly something dragon-sized from the sound of the footsteps.
All right.
So the
Fuck,
big door?
Fuck it.
This
Clave
door
is
where
gonna
this door here.
Clave is going to go to this door and use a fucking 4th level spell slot to cast knock.
Okay, so just for the sake of it, let's Clave and the dragon roll for initiative to see whether or not it begins attacking the door first before you can get your spell off.
Okay.
That is
Oof.
so you get to go first. You get your spell off first.
Okay.
So the door is unlocked.
And Clave yells, "Come on, this way."
Right.
So as you all make your way through this door, and I'll reveal the room beyond, you're entering into what is clearly some sort of storeroom. There are a lot of barrels and boxes This seems as if there's been a lot more activity. There's still pretty dusty, but there's a lot of footprints and just evidence of these boxes being slid around. It seems as if the cultists are using this to store supplies. Here's the thing. You know.
And has the
and-
counter counted down yet? I'm really curious to see what happens.
Yeah, the counter is almost completely counted down, but it hasn't quite got there yet. And as you sort of descend the stairway into the storage room, you hear the sound of the double doors just splintering and being obliterated. As the dragon could barely fit its head through that door, but not much else. It would get its snout into the door frame.
So Clave is gonna stand inside, let everybody else in, and then if there's an obvious mechanism to lock the door, he would attempt to lock it.
Yeah, there is.
Okay.
So I assume Kepri's coming with you.
Yeah, I just missed money here.
So the room doesn't seem to be occupied.
Well, these
Darius,
guys-
oh, they should actually be on the other side of the gate. You do see there is a set of bars that leads into the room beyond. There doesn't seem to be, other than approaching the bars, an obvious way to get it out of this room other than the door you came through.
What about the grate in the corner?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's in there? Kepri, where does
y-
this lead?
I don't know. It's a drain.
Can we fit in there?
You could squeeze through the hole.
I was gonna
And
say,
you can-
yeah,
you
can
can-
we lift the thing up and go down?
Yeah, you could try to pry it up.
I have a crowbar.
So you do see there's two skeletons on the far side of the bars that lead to the room below. But yeah, if you can make an athletics check, you'll eventually be able to get the thing up. Just a question of how fast.
With the crowbar, do I have advantage?
Yes.
Athletics, you said?
Yep.
Meanwhile, I'm
Jesus
going
fucking
to,
Christ.
I'm gonna drink a potion of healing. Nice.
Nice.
So yeah, the first attempt wasn't able to get it up. You can feel it move, but it's clearly been sealed up for a long time. I mean, you're free to try again. It's not a one time and you can never do it.
Come on, Sirius, aren't you stronger than this?
I occasionally. Yeah, I mean, do I
Do
need
it
to roll
again.
again? Yeah. It's better.
Yeah, so that time you're able to get it up and it slides out of the way. You also hear in the distance from the room below you the sound of gates opening up. Not the main gate where the two skeletons are, but something beyond. And you hear the sound of many footsteps entering that room, though you can't see anybody at this point.
Alright. Well, how far of a drop is it?
It's about 10 feet into water, into moving water, in fact.
I mean, I can have Kepri quickly fly down, scout it out.
Okay. So Kepri flies down and then flies back up and says, it looks pretty clear. The water looks kind of, dirty, but doesn't seem like there's anything else in there. And at this point, you could see a bunch of cultists are running in the room to the south, along with a bunch of demonic skeletons.
Does it seem like they know
Do we
we're
still
here
have the
yet or see
staff?
us?
Yes, you're still dragging. I assume you didn't leave it behind.
No, no, Clave would not have left it.
Yeah, that's right.
So yes, you
Right,
still
I'll
have
just
it.
leave.
You
Okay.
you also
Fuck it,
see
just
that
Shove Clave down there.
you
Go.
also
Well,
see that,
what-
yeah, the psychic cultist is among the people. So they basically have run all the way around in a circuit rather than try to break through the stone wall.
So I am. So
Benny Hill this and go
here's,
back.
here's a
forward to the
question,
dragon.
Kurt.
Mhm.
I have fly in my spell book, but it's not prepared.
Mhm.
If I used an action point, could I cast fly despite not having it prepared?
Yes.
Okay. And we can get with an action point, we can get up to a 5th level spell.
Yes.
So could I cast it as a 5th level spell?
Sure, if you have the spell slot.
Okay, so then I would cast it on myself, Aurelia, and T-Hole, or Azarius, because T-Hole can run on water, and I don't really care about him as much. And then I say, all right, let's go.
Okay.
Um,
I'm gonna try and move the grate back into place.
back into place.
Yeah, you're able to do that. And as you begin to fly off, you do hear the sound of the gate opening up into this room. But you fly. Eventually, after about 15 feet, you realize the ceiling is getting lower and lower, at least closer and closer to the water. So at the far end of this little channel, you have to go completely underwater.
Clave is going to take a minute to tie the tether that is connected to the staff around his waist so that he doesn't accidentally drop it at all.
Okay. So are you all going to try to swim and hold your breath going through this channel?
I mean, there's no there was nothing in the opposite direction, right? It was just this
I mean,
way.
so in the opposite direction, the ceiling came off pretty quickly. It fills up with rock after a short distance, is what Kepri noticed. So there's not, although the water is filtering through the rock, and she might be able to make it through the gaps that remain. A medium-sized creature probably can't. At least not without a lot of digging.
Okay. Well, this spell only lasts 10 minutes. So, and the other way is certain death. So Clave is gonna take the plunge and try to hold his breath.
Actually, I might quickly. Because how many people we have here again? We have 2, 3, 4, 5, including Kepri. That is because we've. I was thinking enhance ability upcasted. I could do either a 4th level or 5th level, so I can get either 2 or 3 additional targets. So so a total of 3 or 4 targets total.
Okay. Well, my constitution is 0, +0. So,
Okay.
if that's what you're thinking, to use the concentration to improve my chances of surviving holding my breath, I would greatly appreciate that being cast on me.
That was the idea. Because I kind of just would have assumed that a bear's endurance would help, but
And as you're having this conversation, suddenly Aurelia erupts with sunlight, filling this chamber. And Aurelia, you're healed for 80 hit points of damage. But you're
Wow.
glowing like the sun.
Actually, that helps going into the water as murky as it is. That might actually give us some ability to see where we're going.
I have no idea what T-holes and endurance is like.
And then you hear, there, coming from the grate. They've clearly gone into the grate from all the light spilling out.
So I'm gonna get Clave, I'm gonna get Aurelia, and I'm gonna get Kepri.
That's probably fair.
Right. And I mean, and you would also know Kepri is actually not a very strong swimmer.
Yeah, no, I figured she's just gonna hang on to me
Right.
as I
But
claw my way at the bottom of this fucking thing.
you are going with the current at this point.
Oh, that's good. Does Bear's Endurance give you temporary hit points?
It
Yeah.
does.
So here.
Wow.
That'll be 7.
Even more than the 6 you got from the cultist. But motherfucker, these things don't stack.
Nope. I've made my peace with it.
I haven't.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, T-hole will dive. He's got he's got 2 constitution, like his house modifier is 2, so they'll maybe be okay.
So as you begin to swim through, you hear something tugging at the grate.
Okay.
But swimming through it, you're underwater for about 2 minutes before you come to another spot of air. So I think with Bear's Endurance, everybody can pretty easily make 2 minutes because it's 1 plus your con modifier worth of time. And I'd say with advantage, I would give another +1 to that.
Okay. So Clave will gasp. And then look and see. Oh, there's more.
Take your breath, let's go.
Go back under.
Yep.
Yeah, actually, you really don't have to go back under at that point because
Oh, good.
We're pulled back.
no, you just emerge. If I can get down there. Hold on.
Do we emerge right in front of the Hydra?
No, but you do emerge back in the lake area. So not that far from where you started. Move you guys over. Though now I guess Aurelia is glowing like the sun. So
Is
We're
it
not there though, right? We're somewhere else.
Aurelia's whole body is glowing like the sun?
yes. So it's really her exposed skin that has this glow to it. If I can find the thing. Oh.
When did this trick start, Aurelia?
I don't know. obviously cursed.
Can you turn it off?
I don't think so.
So fearing, oh no, I can't do that because it'll break my concentration on the fly. Fuck. Clave will pull out a silk robe. No, that's a silk rope. Never mind. Um,
If I spend an action point, can I change one letter?
Oh, if only I had an action point to spend.
Well, I
Actually,
mean, I can't imagine there's a whole lot of me that's exposed, but whatever is probably just really bright.
Yeah, it's like your hands and face for the
Yeah.
most part.
Yeah.
um, can I try to throw my cowl over her to hide some of the light or to mask it at all?
You can, yes, you can certainly try.
So if I do that, does it help any?
Yeah, you can. If you cover all of her exposed skin, she will stop shining like a beacon. She won't be able to see, but she'll stop shining.
That's fine. I can, Aurelia, are you okay with me just leading you as we fly?
Leaving me or leading
No,
me?
leading, like
Okay.
hold my hand.
Okay, I guess, yeah.
We can't risk giving ourselves away.
This is the. I imagine that Hydra is lurking around here.
I
And
And
could
Jeffrey says, well, the weird thing is there was more than one Hydra, so I don't know why they only made one zombie Hydra.
would
All right.
do I know if I cast invisibility on myself if I would still glow?
You're not really sure because you don't know what effect the
Yeah.
ring is actually having.
Yeah.
That definitely might work.
And you can cast it because it wouldn't end concentration on the fly.
Oh,
Well,
and of course, Sarius has stepped away. So, because I sent him a message, and I didn't notice because I'm still sharing my screen that he had moved away.
Okay.
So let's take a 5-minute break
Okay.
as
Okay.
your plans may change
Yeah.
when Sarius sees the message.
Sounds good.
So Zarius, I sent you a message. Yeah, I'm actually super impressed you made it out of there with nobody really going down and dying and having to be raised.
It got dicey there for a bit.
It was about to get a lot more dicey. And then I was like, well, Wall of Stone really complicates the whole plan. Because there are a lot of potential hostiles in this whole complex. But they gotta like go this whole route to get around to get to where you are now with the Wall of Stone in place. And in addition to Aurelia's counter, there was another counter I had that I was keeping an eye on that was just so close to going to 0 when the Wall of Stone went up, which was the angry woman yelling in the next room.
Yeah.
Because as I said, there may be more than one demon flesh golem that she's working on.
Yeah.
There's the active one and the one she was rushing to get active.
So
There's something
Darius.
approaching.
What?
Well, we should wait for Dustin.
Oh wait. Okay. Yeah.
Especially since he's been on the verge of death the most today. I am sort of proud, though, to have finally heard Darius say, I can't negate crits forever. I had actually, at this point, forgotten there was a limit to the number of times that could be done.
It is 5. Unless I can get my wisdom score up higher somehow.
Okay, but now that we're all back, you can share your information.
Yeah. There's something in the water. It is approaching now.
And
I
you would
think
know it's
T-Hole's the
something.
only one that can't.
Wait, in the
Why?
water that from where we came from?
No, from the lake in front of you. And you would know that it's pretty big from the sound of the water splashing about.
It is big.
Aurelia, can you make us all invisible?
We're glowing.
But she has a cloak thrown over her.
The cloak's going to be invisible.
Right there, that's the open question that Aurelia or Peter asked me whether or not Aurelia would know if the light would go out, and I said, "Don't know. I can always try it. It's possible it will make the cloak invisible, and then the light will shine out, but it might not have an obvious source."
Let's see. What it has to be cast at what 5th level to get everybody?
Second, so third, fourth, 5th. We have 1, 2,
Yeah.
3, 4.
Can't break your
That
turn.
breaks
Rays
your
are all
door.
invisible, so.
Yeah, second, third, fourth, fifth. So 5th level.
Yep, I can do that.
That would be greatly appreciated. You concentrate on that, I'll concentrate on the flying, and we'll make it out of here yet, perhaps.
And at that point, you all hear something coming into the channel that you're in. How much light do you have? Anybody with dark vision can definitely see it approaching, but some of you don't have dark vision.
I have dark vision.
I've got dark vision.
I think Teal's arms are still active, so he actually could see it as it comes out of the water.
What about the
Maybe-
staff?
What about the staff?
Is it invisible? It's at the end of a rope. What happens there?
I mean, it's technically wrapped around it's like a belt, so it's kind of hanging off of me, so it's kind of all one thing.
Yeah, these are the little details I don't go into in the rules. How close does something have to be to you to be considered warned?
I mean, it's a 5th level spell.
Right, but I mean, like, it is a 5th level spell, but it's really the 2nd level effect being sort of spread out over more people. Just like I would say, if you were dragging an unconscious person behind you, I would not count that as warned. I would say the staff and the rope are sort of poking out of the invisibility, but they're not super visible in and of themselves.
Okay, so I'll try to keep it with us as long as we can, but if we need to ditch it, I'm fine with ditching it.
Right. But so T-Hole would probably be the first to realize that what is approaching you through the water is a different zombie Hydra.
Oh boy.
And we should roll initiative.
Capri, which named one is this?
Which one is it?
You're
It's
invisible.
I think it's Silver.
Wait,
hope
did Aurelia cast the invisibility?
No. She'll get to do it on her turn. Or something else.
Fuck. If we were seeing this coming though, if it were heading towards us, Clave would definitely be flying to as high as he can to try and stay out of reach of this thing.
Right, although the ceiling over the main body of water goes pretty high. The ceiling in this channel doesn't. So it's taller than the channel if it got to its full height.
Based on its trajectory and speed, could Clave have done a calculation to see if he could have beat it out into the open and gotten above it?
I'll tell you what, I will back it up to here. And you might be able to beat it on your initiative and then move out into the higher area.
Okay.
But apparently nobody's thing went into the turn order, not even the zombie Hydra.
That's weird because I clicked my token before I hit initiative.
Yeah, so did I. But and there it all went.
We
It
did.
just wasn't populating apparently.
Oh, we all go first. Excellent.
So T-Hole, you get to go first.
Well, T-Hole has no Kai points, no action points, and 38 hit points. So, T-Hole is
If you want to get hit with Aurelia's invisibility, she needs to be able to touch you.
yeah, I guess he would be running alongside. He would just run alongside Aurelia. Because yeah, he's just looking to flee at this point. So he'd run up to Aurelia and say, Aurelia, touch me.
Touch me. touch me.
I heard
I
this
wanna
from my
feel
mother
your
once.
body.
Just go, like, ew,
My mother
You're
told
the only
me
one
this
that
story
doesn't get
once.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess that would basically be my turn. So it's not really an action. So I'm gonna use my action to take the dodge action.
Well, can I ask, could we, because T-Hole wasn't far from Aurelia anyways to begin with. Could the people that are before Aurelia hold their turn and wait until after she casts it to go?
I mean, you can always hold your turn. You are assuming she's going to cast it. She does not
I'm-
always cooperate.
She doesn't, but
What?
but Clave is very
Nonsense.
hopeful that in this circumstance she's amenable to our situation.
I still stand with taking the dodge action.
So, Zarius, what are you doing?
I don't. Well, do you want me to insight check you to see if you're gonna cast it?
Wild card, bitches! Yeehaw!
You can't just
Do I get to
swing
make
wild card.
do I get to make a deception check?
I would say that's kind of up to you. Because if it seems like Aurelia's, a minimal, then I will wait as well. So, what does it look like you're gonna?
To
Oh, is
make
it my
roll-
turn?
But no, it's still not. But roll an insight check, and then Aurelia can decide whether or not to roll a deception check.
Oh, that's pretty good.
I'm pretty good
I
at
mean,
it.
a 17. Aurelia could beat that.
Aurelia could definitely beat it.
You can trust me.
Got it.
Yeah,
I'll
since she
hold my
doubled,
action.
more than doubled your score.
Yeah.
All right.
So now it's your turn.
Yes, I will cast invisibility at 5th level on everyone. I like to think I'm taking the copper lich scepter and touching everybody as they turn invisible.
So put up the invisibility spell.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, it must sort of be an interesting sight because you kind of have to like reach out with the scepter. Like there must be like little bursts of sunlight just coming from this corner of the cavern
Yeah.
as she is touching each of you. And then when you touch yourself, you discover that the sunlight does not, in fact, disappear. Yeah, you are still giving off bright light into the area. It's a huge range of bright light, though, so it's not necessarily clear at what point it's emanating from. You could, I
Okay.
mean, somebody who was super smart could work it out by like figuring out how the shadows work. But you're not sure that the zombie is going to be able to quite work out the angles to know where
Right.
you are.
So I'm just kind of okay. All right.
And that's Clave's turn.
Yeah, I am going to be Why does my measuring stick always leave? Um, sorry, I had to redo my screen. Okay. So at about what point does the cavern open up?
It's about 25 feet away when it begins to open up.
Okay. So I can move 60 feet because I'm reduced to half movement. And the fly spell allows 60 feet of movement, so 60 total. So if I were to get to about here and then start flying up, does that give me the room that I need to get higher than the height of the Hydra?
Especially with the Hydra still being, mostly swimming at that point, yes, you'd be higher than it could reach.
Okay.
Because you can get about 40 feet up off the surface of the water at that point.
All right. So that probably puts me, I would try to stay as far away as I could. So probably about there. So that's my turn.
Okay, everyone else who held their action, like, so I guess just Zarius, and then Kepri can also move if they want to or do something. Obviously, any spell casting will dispel your invisibility.
No, only if I cast. Oh, no, wait. No, that's true. Spellcast. Yeah. Never mind.
I'll just kind of whisper shout, It's like, they've come down behind us. We must move quickly.
So at that point, Clave is going to speak telepathically to you and remind you, you can just think at me and I'll hear it and I can relay it to the others. And then he'll, one by one, Clave will telepathically remind everybody to remain quiet as possible.
Yeah.
I will lift up off the ground and fly some space.
And Hydra then moves in. And and you can see it is clearly looking around and sniffing at the air. So Aurelia and Keyhole, give me stealth checks just to see. With advantage because you're invisible. So yeah, you are both able to evade it looking for you, and that's its turn. So T-Hole, it's your turn again.
So I'm guessing that there's no way to squeeze past the Hydra on this side.
No, you can definitely try to squeeze past. I mean, because
Yeah.
the ceiling still has some height. And it's got like, although it would be hard to go like under and between its legs, you could try that. You could try going like between its heads, even if its heads are close to the ceiling. There are a lot of gaps.
Okay. So yeah, Teal's gonna
Oh, that's right. And T-Hole is not flying because he can run on water.
yeah. So I'll be I'm at ground level.
But you could run up against, like, you can run up
Yeah.
the side of the wall.
At the ground level, is there room to squeeze past if I'm not flying?
Yeah, you could try to.
Okay, so yeah, what
It
Teal's
would,
gonna,
it would essentially take an acrobatics check to get by.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna try to sneak or jump past this.
Yeah, so more than enough to get past it.
And got it to move there.
Zarius.
I'm just gonna keep moving. I can't see anything but a light back there. Oh yeah, so Kepri would be with me,
Right.
but it's a 60 feet fly.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Dash.
Yeah, you can dash too.
Oh wait, I think I'm missing some.
Yeah, you moved 30 rather than 60.
Yeah. So that was one fly.
Right.
Wild. Well, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should just kind of not dash. I don't know.
What else would you
I
do
can
with
see
your
the
turn?
light. I know I can kind of tell roughly where Aurelia is, so I want to make sure I could still be useful there if necessary. So yeah, I'm done. I'm good.
Aurelia.
Okay. So can I fly past this thing, I guess?
Right. You could try to fly past it. It's an acrobatics check. So that's enough to make it by it.
Okay. And then I can do the so 60 fly, I think, to like there. Where's Zarius at?
We can't see anyone. None of us can see
Yeah, you're
anyone.
right. And then I guess the dash is what, 120? Yeah,
The dash is another 60.
yeah.
So just to be able to coordinate movement, since we can't see each other and we can't really talk, Clave would telepathically suggest going towards the waterfall in this direction, since it's the only landmark that is clearly visible
Where, which one you talking? Oh,
over here.
oh. Yeah. All right. So if I use my dash, I get there.
And yeah, you can go further than that, I think.
Hmm?
I think you could probably go further than that if you use your dash.
It's only a couple more. That's
Yeah, to about there, about where you
yeah,
are.
around about that. Yeah. Okay.
So are any of you engaging with the Hydra at all?
Ah,
no.
Okay.
Man,
So the
I missed
Hydra, the Hydra then continues to move off down this channel as
Amazing.
it doesn't know any better.
Well, now I kind of want to go watch and see how they fight it.
So you are all free. We are out of rounds.
all right. So Clave is gonna telepathically recommend that we continue. Well, first he's gonna ask Kepri, I guess, if this way up the waterfall, is that a route out of this place?
We know it is. We've been here
Yep.
before.
Kepri invisibly shakes her head. This is where we came in.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, Clave would have recognized that with his keen mind then.
He got turned around. Where's North again? Shit.
And you do begin to hear the sounds of combat and the roar of the Hydra coming from that chamber. Although you also then, very shortly after that, hear the roar of a dragon coming from deeper among the lakes.
Yeah.
Like,
Mm.
yeah,
Let's
yeah.
get
further-
flying. Let's get
yeah.
flying.
Let us return to the entrance of this place.
Yeah,
And I'll start moving that way.
So you proceed to fly up and over the waterfall and back up the course through which you
I-
came. You know, nowhere near as fast this time as you were in cloud form before.
Yeah. I could
Uh,
still go cloud form, I think.
Yeah, you
There was
still
like a
can.
couple people who lost it, right?
Right.
Yeah, me and I think T-Hole.
But you are not going to be pursued up this particular path. So you eventually do make your way out. It is, you find a far more difficult course to retrace, at least towards the very end when there's not the water directly leading you in. But Kepri knows these passages pretty well, and so is able to guide you all out. By the time you get out, the invisibility will have fallen. It takes you more than an hour, because it took you half an hour to get in, and you were traveling at like 100 miles an hour for much of that. So it takes a couple hours for you to finally reemerge, and it's nighttime outside by the time you leave the complex.
also
And-
T-Hole is gonna be really far behind you guys, because he's
Well,
maybe half speed.
Clave is going to be even farther because Clave is also at half speed and he has no movement additions like T-Hole does.
Gotcha.
I mean, in that case, once it's clear that you're no longer being followed, you might want to rest inside the network of caverns rather than come
Yeah.
out.
I can cast Neeman's Tiny Hut as a ritual. And I could also cast Phantom Steed as a ritual, so I guess my movement wouldn't necessarily be hindered
It doesn't
so
take 10
greatly.
minutes to do that, but
But yeah, so if we wanted to find a place to rest,
inside the cavern might be better. However close it is to in the hut, it will be helpful.
yeah, no, Clay would say yes. I was planning on casting it in the cavern somewhere if we can find a nice spot that's at least somewhat hidden.
I would be in favor for resting, or at least bare minimum a short rest before we leave the caverns.
How long does it
Pineapple?
take before that light goes away?
Actually, it lasts for about an hour.
Okay.
So, so
You
Clave
can
would
find a place, yeah. To
Yeah,
set
he
up
would
here.
create the tiny hut, and so it would look like his shadow extends from his feet to create a circular void that then lifts up into a dome shape and around us. So, I think we need to take stock of our situation.
And you can all sort of sense that there is just like a pulse of darkness in the crystal staff, which I assume is inside the hut with you. But it's just one pulse and then it stops.
That
I just imagine it like it's still on the rope just outside of the hut.
Yeah, after
That's
after that,
possible.
Clave would realize that might be a problem and try to uh move it with like to like pull it because it's you said that it has some inertia when it's moving so that it
But
continues.
it has a lot of inertia. Like if you were to grasp it and try to throw it, the moment you released it, it would just stop. It has like no ability to move. It doesn't retain inertia on its own except to a constant force.
Okay. So Clave would ask somebody to grab the rope and walk out of the Liam's tiny hut and then walk back in because he can't leave it.
We can still see outside, so we know we're not gonna be like weirdly ambushed, I think, but so.
Yeah.
Right. So were you still in the caves when you cast this, or did you go out into the it was actually a little valley that led you into this cave?
We were like still in the caves was the idea that we were
Yeah, I think
gonna
so.
rest in the cave network.
Yeah, considering how slow everybody would be.
I'm not. I don't think it would be wise for us to take a long rest right now because there's just too much uncertainty as to, if anything is following us. Um, but a short
Try and
rest to kind of
try
get our
and guide.
bearings and
If we got the hut in a good place, can try and like guide the staff like just outside, but behind. Maybe there's like a wall, right? Pressed up against a wall. This hut, presumably, that's where I would put it. So how it can like kind of out, just outside, close to the wall.
Do we know
Hard
what
to
the
see.
staff does?
No, no clue what the staff does.
Darius, can't you figure out what this thing does?
No.
you know
Yeah,
what?
though I'm still curious. I'm still not sure if you're inside the caves resting or outside the caves resting. You're two different
So
things.
Clave would be on board for a short rest in the cave just to be able to get a chance to talk, get our bearings, and maybe to be able to recover some hit points by spending hit dice.
Not sure T-Hole has hit dice left.
Two.
Okay, so going with that, you short rest in the caves and can discuss what you want. That would be where you feel you all notice that there's a real quick pulse from the staff.
Okay.
Do we get a song of rest?
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, Liamon's tiny hut can block sound, I believe, so. Yeah, I'm actually gonna paste the spell in the chat.
Thought Aurelia was going to be like, "Yeah, knock yourself out if you want to sing."
So that's
But yeah,
something
that's good because otherwise I was hoping she was gonna sing, and then everybody in the caverns would be like, "Wait, we hear singing," but I guess you can contain it.
And then, with our short rest, I can also cast Identify on the staff.
do I need to roll a D10 for that Song of Rest,
Yeah.
or is that every? Okay,
Well, if anybody's spending hit dice,
Yeah,
You will.
I'm definitely spending some.
2.
14, 19, 20, 24, 26, 28. Okay.
So I have
And
to,
that
I have
makes
to
it
admit,
full.
I'm thinking through how Identify would work on this, because it's not exactly a magic item per se. But I guess it sort of, is, it's just not. It's not like something, the normal sort of thing you would like equip. But casting the Identify, I'll whisper it to you. You can figure out what you want to
Okay.
tell people.
Okay. And then I can also attempt to use Identify on any of the things that Aurelia found if she wants, like the ring or
The amulet.
yeah.
Okay.
You know what would be great spell for this situation? Word of Recall.
Oh, I know.
What does that do?
You and up to 5 willing creatures within 5 feet instantly teleport to a previously designated sanctuary. You and
Oh.
any creatures that teleport with you appear in the nearest unoccupied space to the spot you designated when you prepared your sanctuary. See below. If you cast the spell without first preparing a sanctuary, the spell has no effect. You must designate a sanctuary by casting the spell within a location such as a temple dedicated to or strongly linked to your deity. If you attempt to cast the spell in this manner in an area that isn't dedicated to your deity, this has no effect. I guess Zarius's word of recall would just bring us back into this fucking place.
It wouldn't go here.
Bring us right next to the dragon.
If anything, it would bring us like deep into demon or demon controlled territory, demon / giant controlled territory. If it were going to bring me anywhere, it would be to where I used to do my thing when I lived here. I never had a chance to like set anything up. So I'm fully aware of that spell.
Yeah. That's a good Banff peace out. Although it would make our illness worse.
Yes, it would.
In the dome, Clave has stopped fighting the doming of his head. He's just too tired.
Yeah, even after the short rest, by the way, you'd find that anybody who was poisoned by the rod, which was definitely Kepri, is still poisoned. Still has the condition.
Okay.
I don't remember if Clave was poisoned when he touched it.
He was not. He made his save, I believe. Surprisingly.
Not surprisingly, you're proficient at save.
Constitution save?
No, wait, I'm thinking of a different. Thinking of somebody else. I'm thinking of a sorcerer in a different game, obviously.
Hmm.
I don't know, maybe during that short rest, could I maybe do a medicine check to help Kepri get rid of this poison?
You do a medicine check, sure. So you're pretty sure it's gonna take magic to cure this.
Rolled a 5. Okay.
Did anyone else notice that pulse?
Yeah, that's why it's outside the hut now. Or hopefully, did somebody take it out?
I said I was gonna try to.
Okay. Clave is gonna keep it still tied around his waist, but it's got plenty of slack. Anyone check out the draft of the orc license yet?
I have not.
Me either. I just got an email saying that they have it.
Saw the D&D movie last Saturday.
What'd
How
you
was
think?
it?
I really enjoyed it. It was clearly made. It's fun for everybody. Like it's better than the other D&D movie. And it was nice to see.
Hey, that thing was a classic.
I think it's definitely worth seeing.
Yeah.
In theater, it's a good theater movie.
Yeah, it was fun.
So far, that's been the general consensus with it. It's just a fun movie.
Yeah, you could.
It's a D&D movie because it's set in the D&D world, but that's about it. It's still its own thing.
Right. I mean, you could. There are definitely times where you can like tell like what mechanics were going on behind the scenes that like screwed
Right.
up, like people dogpiling rolls, or like somebody ruining the DM's plan, like shortly after explaining it. It's like so there are like some like nice things. There are some kind of like Easter eggs like that.
I'm not done with my backstory yet.
Did you send that yet, Kurt?
No, I have not.
Oh, okay.
Because I realized I wrote it too specifically, and now I'm just changing some things to make it a little more general.
Gotta get it down to non-con. It's confidential.
So now I've sent it. Yeah, I have to say, I just don't go to the movies that much anymore, and haven't even like before the lockdown. I really didn't. So kind of thinking I'll just wait till it's on streaming and watch it then. Like I'm happy
Yeah.
they made a D&D movie that doesn't suck.
Yeah,
It's fair. I don't go to the movies either. I haven't been for probably 3 or 4 years. This was like this one and the Mario movie were two movies I wanted to see in theaters.
They were- Like the Mario Brothers movie.
Yeah, but it came out it's yeah, maybe it came out today.
Oh, there's a new Mario Brothers movie.
Yes.
I thought you
Yeah.
meant the John Leguizamo one.
oh yeah, I saw that one. What a pile of absolute garbage that was.
That was one
De-
of
Dennis
my
Hopper as
favorite movies
Bowser.
as a kid.
That was so bad.
That was my fucking jam. That movie.
That was a
I remember
steaming
when
pile.
when I saw that movie, it was so bad that I couldn't not love it.
Which movie was that?
The
The
Mario
original
Brothers
Mario
movie.
Brothers movie.
Oh, I grew up on that movie. That was
Yeah,
I
dude.
love that shit. Like I was too young to know it was good.
Mm-hmm.
Like Dennis Hopper was in that movie.
Yep, Dennis
How
Hopper.
much did
Yeah.
he need money?
Dennis Hopper, Bob Hoskins. I mean,
Right.
Hoskins, yeah. Good old John
legitimate
Leguizamo.
actors. Yeah, at the time, John Leguizamo was kind of a goofy
Yeah, he was a comedian.
actor. Yeah, but now he's like very respected. All right, so as Clave casts the ritual, it essentially his shadow begins interacting with the shadow of the rod, kind of pulling at it and morphing it a little bit. And through that, Clave is kind of reading the energy within. And he has a sort of dawning realization on what it was that we just interrupted. And he turns to Zarius and says, Zarius, we may have just, at least for the time being, saved your dragon god. This
Not
This-
God, but I had that same thought.
well, this staff, it's used to break through the outer planes, to break the barrier between worlds to join the planes to this one. And this one is currently attuned to the 9 hells, and specifically the red dragon Fafnir. This rod, had we not disrupted that ritual, would have essentially had your dragon Lord become a vessel for Fafnir. And I don't think there would be anything left of
Yeah, you would be aware that if this happened, the original draconic patron would be destroyed.
yeah. And I don't think there's any other dragons, at least not any that I've heard of or know of, that could fit the bill for Fafnir, because the dragon host, because it has to be a dragon host for Fafnir, it has to be the size of Small Mountain.
Hmm.
So also it is very dangerous to touch the staff. Do not touch it. And Zarius, the affliction that Kepri is suffering from the staff is going to need your direct intervention in order to heal. It won't heal naturally.
Got it. Let me see if I have that prepared.
Sounds like we should try to find a way to destroy this.
Yeah, I think that would be ideal. Though I don't think I want to be anywhere in the vicinity of its destruction. If this thing has the power to pull the outer planes into ours, to cross the barriers between the planes, then surely destroying this thing would unleash an enormous amount of power.
Is this the wand of eternity's doorstep?
No. I can't be 100% certain, because the language of the rod, that whatever being formed it, the language of that creator is not completely known to me, but it seems like the best guess for what this thing is called is the Rod of the Revenant.
Right. Teal, you've seen at least a drawing of the Wand of Eternity's doorstep. It didn't look like this. I mean, things can, can change form sometimes, but the one you saw was essentially a set of fused arm bones, and in the skeletal hand was a black crystal.
Ah. That's fair.
So that was in the book that you gave to the Elven Nation.
What do you make of this ring and this amulet?
Let me see. First, I would probably cast Detect Magic to just see if they detect as magic, even.
Right. The amulet is not magical. It's probably a holy symbol, and it's expensive, but it's not magical. The ring is highly magical.
Okay, so I would cast Identify in that as well.
So right now, I bent the rules slightly because the amulet requires attunement, but it lets you cast, if you take 1 minute, it will let you cast heal once a day. On yourself, I mean.
You mean the ring?
No, the ring. That's what I mean.
Okay.
It also allows you to cast once a day sunlight as an action. Or daylight. Daylight is the spell.
And does it require attunement? I mean, I guess
does.
not. It just
Right, but it actually does require attunement. I just allowed it to count down and activate because it was funny.
okay. So we really need to evaluate what we're doing here and what our conditions for victory are. Because with this Paradonna person that's apparently out here creating fucking demon flesh golems. Did you see that thing? It was terrifying. And then with a dragon, an angry Dracolich on our asses. I mean, this is too much for just us, unless we have a very effective strategic plan in place. And even then, I would question the sanity of any plan that might involve going back into that temple or that lair, whatever it may be called.
And Kemri says, but we haven't saved the patron yet.
We may have just done the best that we can right now by taking the staff away. Your patron, at least the personality will remain to some degree. I mean, clearly your patron's been transformed in some manner as it's now a Dracolich, but at least there's something left of them. As long as we keep the staff away, that should remain the situation.
And
Also,
will this,
it's
do we have a bag of holding, right?
yeah.
Perhaps we can put this staff in your bag.
Well, do we want to risk the effects of putting something into the bag?
Well, it's already floating.
I'm talking more about our illness.
Yeah, well, as long as we don't pass the threshold.
No, that's not how it works.
Yeah.
Don't you remember? Aurelia teleporting just in the vicinity of us,
That
not
broke the
us
rules.
teleporting.
Aurelia broke the rules.
Yeah, Aurelia teleporting
You
caused
guys were
the
teleporting
illness
all
to
around
accelerate.
me back when you first got it, right?
What's that?
You have to teleport around somebody who has it normally. Because whenever you first got it, I wasn't teleporting at all. I didn't get it.
No, but now
But
you
you
have
guys
it.
did. I know. I have it now.
Right. And not because you teleported, but because Aurelia teleported near
Like
you.
I said, she broke the rules.
Right. So, but what I'm saying is we risk exposing ourselves to more drastic issues from the disease. But
By all
also
accounts, that was me.
now that we have this staff and we know that what they're trying to do with it, I don't think that they're going to rest until they find it. So we're targets now, regardless.
Yeah, we will be going to be hunted.
I believe it will still be safer.
And we can't travel in our gaseous forms and still carry the staff.
If it is in the bag, we can. And perhaps this staff is exactly the kind of item that we need to give to the sage.
That's actually brilliant. Yeah. This probably would fit the bill for what the sage would accept. And furthermore, it would, I mean, the sage seems fairly powerful. He would be an adequate guardian or something like this.
Or it will corrupt him, but that is a problem for future generations, perhaps.
That makes sense to me. Could you bear to be away, to detour from from here to try to save your patron to go visit the Southern Sage?
I believe removing the staff, as he has said, might be the best that we can do at this moment. Unless we can somehow draw out Paradana tomorrow.
Wait,
That would be the only time that it might be worth it.
you want to fight Paradana tomorrow?
No. But if we have a chance to kill her, it might be worth taking.
She creates demon flesh golems.
I had the manual.
Did you see that?
I could
Did
do
you,
it too.
Did you see that thing in there? It was made of hands. Hands. That's
Yes.
not normal.
We have killed them before.
And not
We-
only that, she commands an army that is currently here. If we were to draw her out to where? She's surrounded by her forces. And
That's-
oh yeah, she
the
has
term,
your
drawing out.
dragon patron as a pet.
Give me your bag. Just like grab it. Open up the top, and it's like the staff is floating, right?
The staff is floating, but it's outside the,
Yeah, I know,
The
but we
hut.
can still see. I can stand up and be normal. So it's gonna like take the bag underneath the staff and just like raise it up.
you could definitely do that. I mean, it's still tied to the rope.
Yeah, well, yeah. We gotta untie the rope.
Well, I would untie it from my waist. I'm not touching the rope on the staff.
No, I don't assume so. I just put the rope in there after the staff, and
Yeah, because if we're gonna take it out, we need to take it out by the rope.
yeah.
Although we have to be very specific in the way that we do it, because if we just call rope, it's just gonna be the
Just
rope.
come off of the. Yeah. There's gonna be a knot at the end of it.
But now I have to figure out, like, if you call for the staff, how do you get it out? Like, can you just lower the bag, or does it just now move with the bag?
Staff. You have to actually reach in and grab it.
So as you pass the bag underneath it, and it goes in, well, so how long was the rope? I just assumed it was like super, super long when you made it. Cause it had to be like, 100 feet long just to get it around and down in an angle over to you, or 70
Yeah, it-
feet or something.
It would have been, I would have made it at least 200 feet. I figure with keen mind, could have probably figured out the angles and assumed the
Right.
distances.
So as soon as like it's in the bag, I'll just like pull it back inside, and I can feed the rope in from inside the hut.
Right. So about how far away from the hut is the staff before you start doing this?
Oh, I wasn't trying to make it very far at all. Like I wanted it to be very close.
Yeah, it was close to the hut.
Like if necessary, if we like somebody starts to show up, we could just pull the rope and it's like right there.
Right. And so you could have just yanked it right inside, basically.
Mhm.
So it was basically the hut's 10-foot radius. It was like 11 feet away ish.
Pretty much, yeah.
So the furthest anyone could be inside the hut is about 20 feet, which means everyone make me a con save.
I fucking knew it. Tony, fuck you. Fuck you right in your dirty fucking face. Especially
There's
now
a-
that none of us have
Hey,
action
That's a
point.
good concept.
I got action
That
points. What do you
is-
mean? I got both of them. I
Ugh.
haven't used any. Con save. Let's do this.
I hope that's good enough.
It's pretty good.
Ah, there we go. Better.
Also Kepri.
Oh shit, yeah.
Yeah, you just fucked Capri.
Nuh-uh.
Maybe not.
And
Well,
you
wait,
don't know-
she's poisoned. Does that change things? Does its poison affect saving throws?
I don't think so. Ability
Okay.
checks and attack rolls, I think.
Okay.
I think that's.
I
the
think it's
right-
like exhaustion,
worth.
like that first level of exhaustion.
Yeah, it's attack rolls and ability checks, luckily for her. Yeah, so you don't notice anything. If anything happened, you didn't detect any new pulses from the rod as it went into the bag. And none of you feel any worse for wear.
That's what
Okay.
she said.
But we're definitely worse for wear. Just don't feel it.
Right. I say that as Clave's head is like slowly deflating because it's been a while since he's thought to puff himself
Oh,
back out.
he's been exhausted, so he's not even thinking about that. He's totally Cro-Magnon right now. Um,
I do like to think you have to go like, and then your head pops back out. And you would all be aware that he actually has a bit of an advantage in this because he can shape change. If he couldn't shape change, there really wouldn't be anything that would be stopping this warping of his head.
yeah. Fun times. I guess
But
is
but just like Zarius said though, nothing happened. So clearly you could just do this as many times as you want.
all right. Well, at least now we can carry it with our wind form.
Yes, we'll,
That should give us a good amount ability to get distance quickly.
not every, the wind form wore off on on a couple of us, right? So we can't just change
Well,
back into wind form and escape.
Not right now.
No. We need to wait until tomorrow. Right, Darius, that you can reset the ability tomorrow?
Correct.
So
So yeah,
if-
with that, your short rest ends.
yeah. At that point, Clave actually was gonna stand up and say, all right, well, I think it's time to get moving again.
Agreed.
Until you make the rest of the distance to the little tiny cave entrance you had to crawl through to get in, and you make your way back out, finding yourself in the ravine, or yeah, it's more of a ravine than a valley between two mesas that where this cave entrance was located. And that's where we can wrap it up this time. I guess I'm curious though, what is your plan now? Are you going to find the sage? That's what it sounded like.
Yeah, I think so. Because we still have a couple weeks before the battle is expected with the hatchery.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like we're outmatched. At least here.
I mean,
So
you
Tomorrow
can,
we're totally
yeah.
refreshed.
right. You can let me know next time. I don't know whether or not Zarius may just decide, nope, we're luring out Paradonna.
Send her a message saying we wish to parlay.
No.
Well, let's at least wait until I can
And-
change the mile of terrain around us to our advantage.
I'm going to use one of my the last action point to get another spell slot back.
Oh yeah, I didn't use any of
Okay.
mine, so what can I get back with that?
Up to 5th level. At least
Yeah.
that's what I have in my notes.
Yep.
I have one spell slot, and it's a 1st level spell slot.
I have a
Yeah.
fifth.
All you could do with that is blind my big bad evil guy and permanently take him out of a fight. So that's hardly worth it.
That
Shame I
was
can't
so
get a
fun.
7th level.
What's that?
I said it's a shame I can't get a 7th level. Oh well.
But I thought that was a lot of fun. I was really worried. I was like, how the fuck are we gonna get out of here? But we managed to do it. Like we managed to use our resources, I felt pretty creatively overall.
Yeah, I had a lot of
Yeah.
concerns going into this fight. Like, I thought you might try to turn and face the dragon. That would have been a hard fight. Like, that would have been a way harder fight. I was also afraid that you might try to go through the double doors to where Paradonna was working on another golem, as opposed to going to the south or that you would go south and not notice the grate. And so actually try to make your way like to the main entrance where there was a whole army outside. There was a lot of ways this could go wrong. So I was very concerned, and happy you managed to find that one path that I realized was the safest one of all of them. And
Yeah.
the wall of stone, like it took so long, that fight in that room. The wall of stone stopped you from having to fight another demon flesh golem because she was right on the verge of getting that thing going.
I mean, I did. If we were going to go back in, I was going to prepare silence. 'Cause, I feel like
and-
that would be handy.
And yep. Although since she's a full-on lich, you could be pretty sure she has counterspell ready. But
Fair,
you know,
that's fair.
if a,
For her, it won't fucking matter.
you know,
But like
although
these
Aurelia
little
might
fights inside the
counterspell.
rooms,
Mhm,
if I could silence that door, they can't fucking knock and yell through. Perfect.
right.
Yeah, there were a lot of clutch moments in there. And it was yeah, so much of
And-
that fight though was just so frustrating for me because everything I tried just not working.
Yeah, that's true. Your telekinesis wasn't super effective until you got to throw the demon flesh golem.
Mhm.
But it would have been really epic if he hadn't managed to roll well.
Yeah.
And when the cultist was banging on the door, that was the first time I realized, like, well, the dragon can't get into the room, but the dragon can breathe into the room.
Yeah, I was really worried about that, especially as Clave was inching to that door, because I know like Clave was probably very conscientious that there's a dragon on the other side of it. And what is that dragon doing? And when is Kurt going to have it just go YOLO, busted?
Yeah, the dragon was doing something else at that moment, but you know, you're taking the staff is a problem for them.
Mhm.
So you can expect that they're going to be looking for you.
Yeah,
think-
yeah,
think we did. I think
That
we came into
is-
the right entrance.
yeah.
It was tough.
and-
It was a rough entrance, but we fucking
Yeah,
the Hydra really was messing with you.
the Hydra fucked me. The Hydra fucked me so hard.
No matter what
Um,
we did, we couldn't get you just get it to fight somebody else. Just really wanted you.
yeah, yeah. Clave has that effect. But I also thought it was really cool that we were able to get the staff, and now knowing what it does, that makes it all the more epic. Just that instinct that we had to grab it was absolutely correct.
Right. Yeah, you would have gotten this with your detect thoughts if the Goliath high priest hadn't made a save.
Mhm.
Yeah, it was really fun.
Yeah.
And it just so happens to work out that it's the sort of thing that the sage might also want.
Yeah, yeah, that's huge.
Yeah.
Like that checks so many boxes that we've been looking to check.
At least
It'll get
2
one of us a
boxes.
question.
Right. Well, you can the sage only answers one question a year.
Oh, that's
so-
right. Yeah. I forgot that's the part that I actually forgot.
So
Yeah.
you will have to pick your question or race to be the first to ask your question, one or the other.
guys. I'm gonna head to bed.
Yeah,
Thanks for running, Kurt.
All
right.
right. Good night,
talk to you
everyone.
guys later.
Night.
All right.